on this second edition of Margalla Dialogue. So, Margalla Dialogue was a seminal event that was first conducted in 2019, and that was inaugurated by Prime Minister Imran Khan. And we were lucky enough to start with the second iteration of the same event yesterday in his presence. There were two sessions yesterday. In the first session, the Prime Minister spoke on issues that spanned a wide gamut from national security to internal security, as well as the economics and the inequality and the dialectics between the inequality and the security. And he held forth on the issue of non-egalitarian nature of education curriculum that is leading towards angularity in the society, and how those angularities could be smoothed over by a more inclusive, egalitarian and participatory democracy and development. After his discourse, we had the first forum of entrepreneurs. So it was an excellent galaxy and a good eclectic mix of practitioners which were both from the digital age, as they say, they were digital natives, and some say digital immigrants as well. And the discourse concentrated on the prevalent corporate environment and the business practices at the international level and at domestic level, and what are the opportunities and what are the possibilities for Pakistan. And some excellent takeaways emerged, like Pakistan at the moment is just having a paltry 300 million IT generation of economy, which has the potential to go to 5 to 6 billion annually, merely by tweaking few regulatory and policy matters. Then there is a great opportunity beckoning in the realm of semiconductor manufacture. And in China alone, 30,000 companies have come up, in which there is a demand of 300,000 to 500,000 Pakistani and international semiconductor engineers and technologists. So those opportunities and the new technologies, how they are shaping this world, those takeaways were presented, and at the end of the forum, we'll compile them in a booklet form and share with all the audience and give it a wide dissemination. The second forum was the Commanders Forum, and this was the first time at any think tank's level that a military commanders forum was organized. The keynote speaker was General Ehsan himself, a practitioner, and the discourse revolved around the emerging technologies and their impact upon the future warfare, and how the future warfare is being shaped, how a new Trinitarian and non-Trinitarian paradigm of warfare is emerging. Previously, we all know, we have all heard about Clausewitz, that there is a trinity of passion, national purpose, and the probability and chance in battles. So a new paradigm is emerging in which the non-state actors and the nuclear umbrella have given rise to a gray zone warfare, which has its own challenges like hybrid threats, like the shortening of the OODA loop, that is the observe, orient, decide, and act. The technology is shortening the OODA loop to give benefit to an adversary with superior technology, and therein lies the dangers also. The warfare is going into the hands of machines, autonomous weapons, which have taken over from the human mind. And one of the interesting takeaways that emerged was that future warfare should be controlled by humanists, not the technologists, because of the dangers inherent in that kind of a warfare. And another very important takeaway that emerged was that the laws of warfare that were evolved in the early 19th century, those pandered to industrial age warfare. Now in this fifth and seventh wave of warfare, new laws of warfare are required so that international law mitigates the possibilities and dangers inherent in future warfare. The last takeaway was that since warfare is becoming so complex, that it is more amenable to a whole of the nation solution. So the military strategy cannot be crafted alone by the military strategists, but an eclectic mix containing all the expert inputs. So at the national level, an expert advisory group should be constituted, which should give serious policy inputs while crafting any military strategy of the future. We have two sessions today, sir, after your keynote address. First is this Diplomats Forum, and we are fortunate enough that instead of Zoom, this time we have a full panel here. And each one of them is expert, and we look forward to a very absorbing and a very fruitful discourse in this session. After this session, the last session is of the Scholars Forum that would be focusing on human security and inequality in the world. With these few words, sir, I would not like to interpose between you and the rest of the audience. We are aware that you have shortage of time, but we are indeed grateful to you that you found time out of your very busy schedule to come and encourage us. So over to you, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I don't see Dr. Mohit Yusuf, but Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I congratulate Islamabad Policy Research Institute, IPRI, for organizing this round of the Margalla Dialogue. The eminent participants that I see will definitely guide us in identifying the path for peace, security, and prosperity. Today, I'm here to speak to you about the future of foreign policy challenges with a change in geopolitical landscape. Indeed, we live in times of uncertainty. The world order seems in a state of severe stress and disarray. Recent strategic competition between global powers has intensified, making world peace fragile and the direction of diplomacy unpredictable. In these times, foreign policy and geopolitics is largely linked to geoeconomics. I have consistently maintained from here on, the economy is in many ways our strategic compass with a dominant presence as priority of foreign policy. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has made a strategic pivot from geopolitics to geoeconomics. This has made economic diplomacy all the more important. Positioning Pakistan as a geoeconomic center with unparalleled regional connectivity has to come as a mindset top-down. We've had to reset the existing geopolitical mindset and embrace the importance of geoeconomics. Pakistan is the fifth most populous nation with 220 million people. Some 64% of our population is below the age of 30, and according to estimates by Forbes and the UNDP, approximately 80 million are middle class. We need to tap into this growing human capital and our abundant natural resources. To this end, at the Foreign Office, I regularly interact with our ambassadors, specifically on economic diplomacy, taking their input and giving clear key performance indicators and return on investment goals. This focus on geoeconomics does indeed reap benefits. For example, I am pleased to share that as of November 2021, our exports to the UK have grown 28% in a COVID year. Also, since our Engage Africa conference in December 2019 in Islamabad, trade with Africa has gone up 7%. According to Bloomberg, this year alone, $300 million have been invested in startups in Pakistan by the US, Singapore, and UAE. This is a modest beginning with a huge surge expected in the tech industry in the near future. The Foreign Minister's honors list I launched in 2019, in fact, was precisely to recognize our overseas Pakistanis for their tremendous contributions through technology and the digital landscape, etc. Make no mistake, our diaspora plays a huge role in representing Pakistan's policy interests across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, connecting the economy with the future of foreign policy brings me to a critical tool of modern diplomacy, the digital sphere. Big tech, by amassing and monopolizing data, is outgrowing capitalism as we know it. By redesigning supply chains, virtual reality, and the way we think and live. It's data control that is influencing mindsets, controlling narratives, and ultimately crafting the perception game. Staying connected, staying ahead, and staying alert in the digital space is of paramount importance to achieving foreign policy goals. There is no doubt that COVID has accelerated the digital diplomacy trajectory. Diplomacy is no more singularly reliant on leadership-to-leadership telephone calls or state visits. Technology has never before played such a definitive role in relationships. Bilaterals, political consultations, multilateral conferences, you name it, are all happening online. Today, perception wars are won and lost on Twitter. So what better place for diplomacy than online, where you use less resources to achieve even greater outcomes in shorter amounts of time? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to share that the Foreign Office has very clearly prioritized digital alliances, entering, for instance, as founding member of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia-led Digital Cooperation Organization in record time. In fact, 4 top professionals from Pakistan have joined the organization's secretariat in Riyadh in leadership positions. This is an important first step towards linking digital diplomacy with digital economy for the future of foreign policy. In this same spirit, just 10 days ago, I was pleased to collaborate with the Norwegian multinational Telenor to launch the Agri-Tech app that is connected to over 10,000 farmers across Pakistan to optimize their production and in turn our exports. Such is the nature of the digital economy. These revolutionary scientific changes are already impacting war and peace, climate change, our economies, our geopolitics, and our ways of life. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of the future of foreign policy and the role geoeconomics is playing, we must speak about China. Our relations with China are resilient and poised to grow further. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, of which China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is the flagship project, will leverage economic geography and connectivity of the 3 contiguous continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa, ushering in prosperity for all global citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, we value our relations with the United States. Looking towards the future, we do not want a transactional relationship with the US. We want multifaceted ties that are not susceptible to the vagaries of regional and international policies. In line with Prime Minister Imran Khan's vision for a shift from geopolitics to geoeconomics, we want a relationship with the US that is in sync with our changed priority. Enhanced trade and investment ties with the US and cooperation in regard to regional connectivity can work to our mutual advantage. With Russia, our diplomatic outreach has not only led to rapprochement, but opened doors for reinvigorated relations in the security and economic realms. The Pak-Russia trajectory is contributing to stability in the region, and we will continue to strengthen it. Ladies and gentlemen, the upshot is that a country like Pakistan, sitting astride the crossroads of South, Central, and West Asia, cannot make binary choices. We will remain equidistant, accessible to all, reach out to all. And directly connected to all this is the situation in Afghanistan. The UN has warned that 60% of Afghanistan's 38 million people are facing hunger or starvation. There is a dire humanitarian crisis looming, which has consequences not only for the people of Afghanistan, but indeed us as neighbors, the region, and beyond. With this in mind, on the 19th of December, Pakistan will host an extraordinary session of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation to mobilize support for providing adequate food, medicine, and housing to millions of Afghans in dire distress. Indeed, I believe Pakistan hosting the OIC Extraordinary Meeting of Foreign Ministers on Afghanistan is in line with the leadership role the country has demonstrated in the region. From facilitating peace talks to showing tremendous leadership across unprecedented rescue and evacuations, to working closely with international partners for humanitarian outreach and bringing together neighboring countries of Afghanistan and international stakeholders for a coordinated approach. Pakistan continues to work at every level for a stable, peaceful, and prosperous regional future. We also continue to host over 4 million Afghan refugees. We have advocated and worked for the establishment of an inclusive polity in Afghanistan, respecting the rights of all ethnic and religious minorities as well as of women. The Afghan government has assured all its neighbors that their soil will not be allowed to be used for terrorism. The same message has been given by Kabul to extra-regional powers. The future of successful foreign policy hinges then on not repeating the strategic blunder of the early 1990s that led to a spate of civil wars, drought, and terrorism, whose consequences we have been facing for the past 30 years. The world must learn from their mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't talk foreign policy challenges without speaking about India. Pakistan's quest for peace and geo-economic strength cannot be a solo performance. It takes two to tango. Soon after taking office, our government made overture after overture, unilaterally, to open channels of communication, to build confidence, and to engage India. Our eastern neighbor, however, chose to close all doors on any kind of talks. What's more, it took the most drastic militaristic steps to invade and lay siege to the disputed territory of the illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, disenfranchise its 14 million people, and brutalize them. New Delhi's actions in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir have created a conundrum for Indian apologists in Kashmir and even for India's foreign friends. Indian atrocities are too egregious to be masked by the veneer of secularism and democratic pretensions. It is the duty of the United Nations and the international community to hold India accountable for this not morally right and excessive state of affairs. India must realize that without resolving the Kashmir issue, we cannot free the peoples of South Asia from perennial instability. Without the necessary global condemnation and intervention, the region will continue to remain insecure and peace and prosperity a major challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, developed and developing countries are all vulnerable to the devastations of the global pandemic. In Pakistan, we have done well in beating the coronavirus by using a mix of smart lockdowns and aggressive vaccination campaigns. The threat is not over. Omicron, the new mutant, casts its ominous shadow, and we are bracing for fighting it. Each nation must play its part individually and communally to fight a virus that knows no boundaries. We are all equally vulnerable. The same is the case with climate change. It affects us all without discrimination. Pakistan walks the extra mile to meet climate change goals because it is a compelling national priority. The Asian Development Bank and the World Bank have forecast that Pakistan will incur up to $3.8 billion annually due to the rise in temperatures in the next 2 decades. Last month, at the COP26 Climate Summit, Pakistan unveiled its Ecosystem Restoration Initiative with the support of the World Bank. At the summit, Pakistan also signed the US-led Global Methane Pledge. Prime Minister Imran Khan's vision and roadmap for the 10 billion tree tsunami and clean, green Pakistan will go a long way in making Pakistan a model country to combat climate change and its impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has put significant efforts into promoting interfaith harmony and tolerance. The Prime Minister has alerted the world continually at the highest forums about the threat posed to world peace by Islamophobia and misguided notions of racial superiority. True to our commitment, we sponsored a resolution at the 47th OIC Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in Niamey in 2020. The resolution inter alia called for declaration of March 15th as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would conclude with asserting that diplomacy in the 21st century in a post-COVID world needs a multifaceted outlook and one that goes beyond the traditional. One that is cognizant of a world where relationships are changing based on geoeconomics, access, and the use of technology and people-to-people contact, made all the more accessible with digital growth. It is this multidimensional outlook and approach that will, I am confident, open new vistas for Pakistan's footprint across the world, enabling us to assume a leadership position in addressing the challenges of a changing geopolitical landscape. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the Foreign Minister for his keynote address. Now, in commencing with the rest of the Diplomats Forum, if I could humbly please request the panelists and the moderator of the Diplomats Forum to please proceed to the stage. Thank you so much. Now, if you could please allow me the opportunity of introducing the forum's moderator. Our session will be moderated by Ambassador Azaz Ahmed Chaudhry. Ambassador Chaudhry is currently serving as Director General of the Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad. He has served as a member of the Foreign Service of Pakistan for 37 years, rising to the rank of Foreign Secretary of Pakistan. Mr. Chaudhry's last diplomatic assignment was as Ambassador of Pakistan to the United States. He has authored 2 books, including a memoir, Diplomatic Footprints. In commencing with the session, I will hand over the proceedings to the moderator, Ambassador Azaz Ahmed Chaudhry.
Thank you, Maheen. My first word must be that of commendation to the IPRI for organizing yet another edition of Margalla Dialogue. I had the privilege of joining the first one, and this one turns out to be equally impressive, so commendation to the whole team. The Diplomats Forum is one of the 4 forums, and the concept note that was circulated, just a fresh reminder for all the panelists, was that they wanted us to focus on the following challenges: the unsettled situation in Afghanistan, challenges resulting from the pandemic, the devastating effects of climate change, the anticipated new Cold War, and the future of multilateralism. And I've seen that the Honorable Foreign Minister in his keynote has already addressed almost all these subjects, but he also laid emphasis on economic diplomacy and digital diplomacy and the geoeconomics. Then there are 2 sub-themes of this forum. One relates to post-US withdrawal Afghanistan and global and regional response options. And the second sub-theme relates to global competitiveness for political and economic ascendancy, manifesting as a new anticipated Cold War, which too requires appraisal of likely response options for countries like Pakistan. So 2 areas are the ones where I would request all the panelists to address themselves more. The implications of post-US withdrawal Afghanistan situation, global, regional, and Pakistan's response, and the second one, the major power competition that has set in with consequences for almost the whole world, but also for Pakistan. The panelists that we have include Ms. Hina Rabbani Khar, the former Foreign Minister who needs no introduction. And then we have the second speaker would be Ambassador Cameron Munter, former Ambassador of the United States to Pakistan from 2010 to 2012. Third speaker is Ambassador Pang Chun-Shu. I think she has come in place of Ambassador Nong Rong, the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of People's Republic of China. The fourth speaker is Ambassador Danila Ganesh, the Ambassador of Russian Federation to Pakistan. The fifth speaker is Dr. Christian Turner, the High Commissioner for the United Kingdom to Pakistan. And the final speaker is Ambassador Robin Raffel, Senior Associate Center for Strategic and International Studies and former Assistant Secretary of State. Without further ado, may I request the first speaker, Honorable Hina Rabbani Khar Sahiba, please.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone, Excellencies, Honorable Foreign Minister. So the Foreign Minister makes my job very easy. He said all the things that needed to be said on behalf of Pakistan, and now I'm at liberty to speak about, the sub-themes that I choose to. And that is the pleasure of not being in active service. You can pick and choose. Yeah? And then on the stage we have the entire globe, all the important countries of the globe represented, so I don't even have to talk about perspectives coming in from the world. So I'm really at great liberty right now. So I'm going to talk about the sub-theme of great power competition, because I think that's the most fascinating, interesting thing that is happening in the world. Also with consequences which are perhaps going to either make the world a less challenging place or make the world, I believe my children are going to grow up and are already growing up in a place which is much more divided and much more dangerous than the one that I grew up in. And with that, let me begin to attempt to say a few words on this. So the foreign policy challenges in a changing geopolitical landscape. Now, geopolitical landscape, I always try and analyze as to what do we mean when we use these big words, right? Because sometimes we use geopolitical landscape and we really don't know what we're talking about. Okay, so I always look at the dictionary. Looking at the dictionary, geopolitical is something which is concerned with politics that may, the way that geography affects politics or relations between countries. Now, the interesting part is that the geography of the region that we inhabit hasn't changed. No new countries have emerged. No new borders have emerged. Nobody has annexed, Kashmir had been annexed many years back. But no new annexations have happened. Borders haven't changed. So the geography as such hasn't changed. Climate change is there. Geography hasn't changed. How is the geopolitics of this region changed so suddenly? And believe me, it has changed. I mean, in my active life of looking at the world and how it operates, I have seen massive tectonic shifts in the last decade or so. 2010 onwards, I think pretty much everything changed. Now, how do we explain the geopolitics changing so suddenly? I have a very binary view on this. As a student of economics, we were always told this will happen in Econ 101 when all else remains the same. All else never remains the same, but we have to assume. So I will also assume that I can go ahead with my binary, very simplistic view of what is happening around the region, which has changed the geopolitics of this region. And I think you go back to another classroom SWOT analysis, and the last OT of the SWOT analysis, which is opportunities and threats. Humans, nations, countries operate on the basis of what they consider to be threats and opportunities which are arising for them from what is their behavior in relation to others' behaviors, right? And I believe that many of what may call be hegemonic states, or states which were leading the world and the order that came into the world post-World War II, feel the opportunities being outweighed by the threats in the new emerging world order. And that is leading to one thing which makes us illogical, irrational human beings and nations, and that is fear. When our threat perception goes high, our fear becomes that is what creates a threat perception, right? And fear is never a rational basis of making any decisions. I think the world is currently reacting and acting in fear of what they consider to be a changing global environment. Yeah? So, before going much forward, let me just take you to two quotes, both coming in not from Pakistani presidents or prime ministers or Chinese or Russians, but Americans, right? So I'll take you to Richard Nixon, who said in 1972 in an interview to Time magazine, "I think it will be a safer world and a better world if we have a strong, healthy US, Europe, Soviet Union at that time, China, Japan, each balancing the other." I don't see the US thinking this way right now. Yeah? 2021, much to our relief after what we saw in the negotiations that took place between China and the US in the far corners of the world, and some of the words that were used were not very encouraging so after that, it was kind of comforting to hear President Biden say categorically in the 2021 UNGA address, "I will say it again, we are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocs." And that is what a country like Pakistan fears, a world divided into rigid blocs, and countries being forced to choose which bloc they belong to. And if you belong to one, you cannot be part of the other. We want to be part of the world. We do not want to be part of any blocs. Now, if you really simplify it, the geopolitics of this region really didn't change much until 2010. Yeah, I think post-World War II, the liberal world order, where everybody fell, everybody kind of remained, and our threat perception, our perception of opportunities kind of remained the same. Now, I believe things changed massively when the US decided to do the Asian pivot. And I happened to be in office at that time. I remember the Asia Society speech of Madam Clinton, and then, of course, President Obama's many speeches after that. And as US turned towards Asia, it seemed like Asia turned against itself. Okay, so the emerging tigers and China being at peace in some level, ASEAN functioning very well, us in SAARC quoting ASEAN as a functional body is no more the case. And then if you look at the 2018 defense strategy paper of the United States of America, it was, to me, the biggest testimony as to what was happening, in which it was categorically and articulated that the US does not perceive threats from international terrorist organizations and international terrorism to be the biggest threat that it has to deal with. And today, the threat that is emerging from a revisionist, as they called it, Russia, and an emerging, and I don't exactly recall what the exact words were somewhere to the tune of emerging China, is what the US perceives to be the biggest threat that it has to coalesce all its resources to face. And that was the game changer. So 2010 to 18, these two things, to me, changed or are, telling on what's happening. Now, once you get this right, in my very, as I said, simplistic analysis, everything else starts to make sense. Overlooking India's massive abuse of human rights, India's tilt towards, a non-secular, a non-democratic India, and the world and the US and many powers overlooking that, because India today is an important, perhaps the most important regional player within the containment of China policy. And therefore, they can be forgiven anything, and everything that they do will be overlooked, where a country like Pakistan or Bangladesh or many other countries of our size, even a small mistake will take you to the list of religious freedom, list of countries which are at threat, whereas India can do this, pretty much anything and get away with it. It also explains the hurried and almost what I am at liberty to call a catastrophic departure from Afghanistan. The departure wasn't wrong. The way the departure was conducted was perhaps created some fissures and consequences that we in this region will have to live with for decades to come. The strategic investments in the Pacific Rim states, again explained by this one very simplistic analysis. The emergence of Quad as a functional, one trying to make it very, very functional. AUKUS, as we all saw, at the cost of really, spiting very good cross-Atlantic friends such as France. So these are the challenges, these are the challenges that are emerging, and this is how the world and the big powers of the world are reacting to it, where they're putting at risk major alliances to be able to achieve the objective that they lay out in the Defense Strategy Paper 2018. A difunctional ASEAN, as I already said. I believe the US's interest in this region, in the Indo-Pacific, has actually encouraged many countries in ASEAN to look towards, and this is typically a mistake that Pakistan made for many years, look towards countries which are far off to solve your problems which are within the region. And that never works out. So a lot of this is about reaction to what one big player is doing. And that big player, let's mince no words to say, is China. Okay, and the difference between China and the Soviet Union, I think, perhaps what is most threatening is that China is threatening on the economic front, which perhaps the Soviet Union never did. Now, if you want to really oversimplify it and say, oh, this is about military strength and about feeling militarily threatened, I put to you the fact that, the US today spends more on military than the next 11 nations, including Russia and China. So militarily and as a naval superpower, there is no one who comes close. Yes, AI, some technology, chip manufacturing, data storage, these are all the new, this is the new framework of where we are competing in the world order. Now, then the concern, so if you look at who's acting and who is reacting, it feels or seems like China seems to be doing all the acting, and countries which are feeling threatened seem to be doing all the reacting, right? So you look at CPEC type of, you look at the BRI, that's action being taken by China and others reacting to it. And interestingly, As someone who managed Pakistan's aid portfolio for a good full 7 years, I can tell you, since 2002 at least, because I was at the helm of that office at that time, countries like Pakistan were literally going to everyone who would listen that, please, we need infrastructure funding. Yes, we need funding for our schools, etc., but we need infrastructure funding to be able to unleash the potential in our economy. Then comes along China with that window or a basket of infrastructure funding available in different terms and conditions, and we all leap at it, and that somehow becomes colonialism, right? So we have to see as to what is real demand. Real demand existed. Nobody was filling in that demand. Now that the demand has been filled in, and I think it is, at least from where, somebody famously said, where you stand depends on where you sit. From where we sit in the geographical location of the globe, China has been a force of stability and unleashing the potential of this entire region. Because we keep on talking about Pakistan being at the cusp of this great, Pakistan's geostrategic location. Unfortunately, we have walls which separate Pakistan from being able to enjoy that geostrategic location for the last many decades. Now, if we have these longitudinal and latitudinal highways of all types, road networks, train networks, oil pipelines, etc., we suddenly find ourselves at a point where we can perhaps benefit from our geographical location. Now, as we go forward, I feel that if we are not able to tame this threat emerging from the rest of the world to the West, we will probably see catastrophic times, and times in which the world is not moving towards something, but moving away from what we had created, a global village, and really binding ourselves into taking positions, even in how we function, even in how we run our technology. And this technological warfare where people are able to, as drone strikes proved, people are able to kill with impunity without being in harm's way is severely dangerous. And I think now we have enough literature to prove that the counterterrorism strategy of the United States of America and other countries in Afghanistan created more militants according to the cost of war studies done by the Watson Institute of the Brown University. This is not a Pakistani institute or an Afghan institute which is saying this. And this is what Pakistan was saying all along, that in the way this war was being conducted, more militants were being created than the ones that were being taken. And now I'm addressing, so I will go quickly to the sub-theme number 1, which was Afghanistan and its reaction, and what has happened in Afghanistan. Now, I had the pleasure of being hosted by Madeleine Albright in a CSR talk many years back when I was foreign minister. And in that, we talked immensely. At that time, the Afghanistan war was obviously still going on. We talked about the unintended consequences of decisions that are taken in boardrooms and cabinet rooms, which are far, far, thousands and tens of thousands miles away from the people that they affect. Pakistan and Afghanistan, unfortunately, happen to be countries who have lived through the unintended consequences of how we reacted to the Soviet Union invasion of Afghanistan back like 3 decades back, and today how we, the unintended consequences of the actions that were taken in Afghanistan, and now the actions, unintended consequences of this hurried, unplanned, in many ways, departure. Now, just to give you some facts, the cost of our projects, the same one that I was mentioning before, of the Watson Institute of the Brown University, tells you that post 9/11 wars have killed 929,000 people all over the world. It also tells you that $8 trillion have been spent in the post 9/11 wars. Now, it also tells you directly in Afghanistan, the cost of this war has been $2.3 trillion, and 176,000 people have died within this region only. I always get this number wrong because I can never believe it, but the same study tells you that anywhere between, the number is either 23 or 38 million people have been displaced. Million. I believe it is 38, I'm not entirely sure, but it is within the range. Million people have been displaced. That has been the cost, the unintended consequences of the decisions that we took in the revenge of 9/11. Now, these are all numbers. And we all saw how these numbers are just numbers until we are told the story of that one boy who attached himself to a plane as this departure was happening, and we found out that he was a soccer player. And we found out his name, and all of a sudden, that one story mattered. Imagine these lives, 926,000 lives. All people coming from healthy households, all brothers, sisters, wives, mothers, etc. So the lack of empathy that we show in how we conduct policy, and I mean everyone, I mean each one of us, is what leads us to make these decisions which have consequences which go far away. Now, again, drone warfare, I want to bring to your attention 91,340 strikes were conducted by the US during this post 9/11 period. Out of those, some strikes were conducted also in my country. 22,676 to 48,308 civilians, according to the cost of wars, were killed, died. Civilians. Now, the point is that what does Pakistan do, or what does this region do in the midst of all of this? Because the world simply, it seems, has happily now moved over to the Indo-Pacific area, and now that will be the new theater of conflict, of perhaps, I hope not. Now, I just want to end perhaps by bringing to light some of the things that because I believe as foreign minister, I mean, I'm sure the current foreign minister has spent perhaps even more time on Afghanistan just because what has happened. But I pretty much spent 50% of my time on the Afghanistan file. I was attached to that because I thought that was a riddle we could solve. India was going through its own motions. India, you can't really manage its behavior. But I felt since we were the bigger country and perhaps certainly the more resourceful country, the more institutional strengthened country, we could perhaps engineer a change in Afghanistan, yeah? Nothing very good to report on all of that effort. But just to say that many of the things that Pakistan was saying all along across different governments, that Pakistan as a state was saying consistently, persistently, was always never heeded to, because Pakistan was always believed to be playing these double games, and Pakistan was never a reliable friend, and all of that narrative shaping kept the world from listening to Pakistan. Well, Pakistan had gone through the consequences of the first Afghan adventure. Okay, and let me just take you through the 4 or 5 things that Pakistan was consistently saying, which are now going to appear in many US papers that I have already read. Yeah? So Pakistan was saying, for instance, Born 1, please ensure that now the Taliban are at their worst, they have been given up arms, etc., make them part of the process. Okay, make sure you engage with them so that they do not become a persistent threat, and Afghanistan does not go into this permanent state of strife and more civil war to come. Well, Pakistan is pro-Taliban, therefore let's not listen to Pakistan. We always said there is no permanent military solution. These counter-terrorism tools that you're using are creating more militants, which now the cost of war studies also tells you. But Pakistan doesn't want the militants to go away, and Pakistan is in bed with some of those militants, and therefore Pakistan doesn't want us to go against this person, that person, and etc. And military solution is, we will kill them with our might. Then Pakistan said, you cannot train a military of this numbers, 300,000 plus, overnight. These people will go into small blocks and come back to harm you, etc. Pakistan is feeling threatened from an Afghan army, which is going to be a strong army. Drone strikes creates more militants than it kills. Today, US studies are proving the same. And then, of course, intra-Afghan dialogue, of course, is to should precede any dialogue with the Taliban. Otherwise, the consequences may not be so good. So, I mean, I have a list of these things. And I'm just going to end, I've been told my time is up, by just saying that Pakistan was not the only one who was telling the world what was happening. The US, then that is what shows the US's own strength. John Sopko, Seagar, the Special Inspector General on Afghanistan Reconstruction, was speaking the truth all along. And I end with this quote, which he, 29/10/2021. So October 2021, as he was reporting to editors and reporters conference, military reporters and editors conference, these are his words. And he says, those of you who have followed Seagar's work know that many of the reasons for the unexpected quick collapse of the Afghan government are problems that Seagar had reported for many years. Corruption, ghost soldiers, dependence of Afghan military on US air power, and this is our friend Barney Rubin has written a great deal about it, and I will repeat, dependence of Afghan military on US air power, which was then taken away, and they were expected to fight. Contractors and other enablers, and incompetent Afghan leadership, to name but a few. And just to say that what is happening now in Afghanistan is nothing than the slow-moving catastrophe unfolding in front of our own eyes, and millions of people. So we want to appease our conscience by lifting out like 160,000 people from Afghanistan and take them to better, stable environments. And then we want to leave the 23 million Afghans or 28 million Afghans who are left in Afghanistan to die because their resources will not be available for them to even be a functional state. And just literally the last line, as Foreign Minister Qureshi said, which many of other foreign ministers within the region have been asking for the Afghan Taliban to give them assurances that their soil will not be used. I ask you the question that a country or a state, whichever form, none of us, I think, are great admirers of the Taliban in any form, which does not even have access to resources to pay its utility bills and to pay school teachers and to pay soldiers, what can the world have as an ask of them? Isn't it a bit delusional to ask of countries which do not have access to their own funding? So I believe the world is currently enabling the catastrophe in Afghanistan rather than disabling it.
That despite the political divide in the country, you see how a consensus is evolving between major political parties on the future of the region. That is important, and I'm very happy. We were almost in agreement. That's very unusual. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Hina Rabbani Kharsaiba, and thank you, Foreign Minister, for being with us. You made a number of points. In the end, I'll, of course, use them for summing up our conclusions. Let's get on with the speakers list. The second speaker is Ambassador Cameron Munter, former Ambassador of the United States to Pakistan from 2010 to 2012. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for being with us. Thanks to all of you for being here and to IPRI for organizing this. My intervention today will be, I think, a little different than what you've heard so far. I just have really two areas that I want to address. Not so much the tour d'horizon, the broad interpretation that I think we've heard from our two speakers, but 2 points that I hope will be useful to you and to our friends in Pakistan and the region in understanding where America may go and what Pakistan may want to do about it. So it'll be very forward-looking. I won't relitigate the issues of the past. I'll try to contribute to an understanding of how we will deal with things in the future. First of all, I commend the focus on geoeconomics that comes from the minister. We heard yesterday from even from the Prime Minister and from his advisor. The geoeconomic effort is an effort that I choose to interpret as a way to deal with these times that are uncertain, to try to understand in which ways diplomacy can work in a constructive way, in a new way, to try to get past some of the constraints we've had in the past. I think one of the problems is looking, and the 2 points that I want to make, I'll start with the question of how the Americans are looking at the world in this period, and then turn again to Pakistan. And I add, I am not in the American diplomatic service, I'm retired, and as all of you know, the definition of a diplomat is someone who will do everything for his country except live there, right? I no longer live in the United States, and so I'm giving you a set of insights that will come from my patriotism and my understanding, but from the outside. So I hasten to add that. In the United States, we're undergoing a transition where we're redefining I believe, the way we do foreign policy, the way we deal with the world. In this part of the world, for the last 20 years, the lens through which we have overwhelmingly looked at issues has been the lens of counterterrorism and the results, as others have said, of the period after 9/11. What that means is that the way in which the American government has formulated its approach to issues here has almost invariably been, as many have said, through the lens of Afghanistan. This is something that I have found to be unfortunate. I believe that Pakistan's vision, or the American vision of Pakistan, has been distorted by the looking at it through the lens of the tensions and the problems in Afghanistan. And this period is come to an end. This means that for many, many years in the United States, people who studied Afghanistan, people who studied Pakistan, people who dealt with Pakistan and its role in the region, by necessity were linking it with the American efforts and the international efforts to fight terrorism in Afghanistan. That means there is an opportunity for us as well in the United States to look at Pakistan through new eyes. Now, the way that this new administration is choosing to look at the world is generally, I would say in a general sense, from the broad conceptual to the specific. That is to say, if you're in a conversation with our Secretary of State about the foreign policy of the United States, he will almost invariably talk to you about the pandemic. He will almost invariably talk to you about climate change. He will almost invariably talk to you about trade. And he will almost invariably talk to you about digital governance, all right? These are very broad, very worldwide, we could almost say transnational issues. He and the people in the US government, in the Biden administration, are tending to fit the specifics into these general areas. So inasmuch as there are issues about America's relationship with China, the trade issue, the digital governance issue, the international pandemic, climate change, these are part of how that is seen. Inasmuch as there is the question of the relationship with Europe that America is reassessing, these areas are there. This means that when you are looking at the United States and its policies from abroad, there's a tendency to say, but what about us? What about the specifics of our country? What about Pakistan? What about other places? I would urge those of you who are looking at this time of inflection in the United States not to say, what is America's Pakistan policy? But to say, in which way does Pakistan have a role in the thinking of the United States on these broad conceptual items? Again, I repeat, pandemic, climate change, digital governance, and trade. They're not the only ones, but they're the big ones. So that it's not a question of saying, where do we fit into a geopolitical picture? No, I think you wisely, your leadership wisely, has trying to look beyond traditional geopolitical categories. Rather, look into that problematic. How are the Americans looking at the world? You can phrase it, if you choose, as some in our military do, as a contest with China, as a contest with Russia, right? But in my mind, this question of a contest or this question of containment or these kinds of issues are derivative of those larger issues, those larger transnational issues that are the focus of this government. Now, I hasten to add that when I talk about Pakistan, I'm going to talk a little bit about the internal issues in Pakistan. There are big internal issues in the United States as well. Make no mistake. There is no guarantee that this approach that I'm describing to you is going to last beyond 2024. And you would be wise also to take into account that we may see a return of the, what I call the populistic policies, the more transactional policies of either President Trump or someone who is like President Trump. So this is possible. But for now, the issues that I think this government in the United States are following are those that have, yes, indeed, these elements that were written about great power rivalry, et cetera, but mainly it's the grand concepts that are leading the way that world works. Indeed, America could be one of many countries, along the lines of what Richard Nixon said many years ago. But let's not forget, just as there was a sense when I was ambassador here, I remember people telling me, why did, an anecdote here, I went to the floods in 2010, and a local leader said, why did you cause the floods? And I said, we caused the floods? He says, well, nothing happens in this country that you don't want. You know, the Americans, if something happens, it's because the Americans want it to happen, okay? This, I will submit to you, overestimates what America can do, I promise you. That said, you can overestimate American influence. You can also underestimate American influence. The idea of America being dominant and then going to being absolutely absent is also incorrect. We will always, in the next couple of years certainly, have the dominant world currency. We will always be spending more than the next 10 countries in the world on the military. That is to say, be careful about saying that America is too dominant or that in the wake of Afghanistan, America is absent. We're going to be a little different than that. Let me turn to Pakistan and what I think Pakistan may want to deal with in this new area that is the turning point, perhaps, in the way that the world deals with problems in diplomacy. I think that one of the ways that countries are going to express their power is through their domestic strength. This is true in America. You'll hear this in the debates in the United States, that unless America reforms itself, unless it deals with racism, unless it deals with inequality, unless it deals with the disruptions in our economy, it can't come out and lead by example the way that America would like to lead by example, right? The same is true in Pakistan. Unless you strengthen the way that you support your expression of your power, you are going to always be a little bit weaker than you want to be. And I say this as a friend of Pakistan, not waving my finger about domestic reform, but saying America faces the same problem too. To be a force for peace in the region, an example, the 5th largest country in the world with a dynamic tech sector with enormous possibilities, you are going to have to make some domestic changes. You're going to have to open up, as America is opening up, to academic inquiry, to look at yourself and say, where have we not done correctly? What have we not done correctly in the years that have passed? How do you have whole of government messaging? How do you have messaging that goes out from your country that's consistent? How do you have consistency in policy making? How do you have people who are giving the same message? How do you deal with the world through more than traditional diplomacy? You know, there's the famous statement by the French president Clemenceau that war is too important to be left to the generals. Well, I can say as an ex-diplomat, diplomacy is much too important to be left to the diplomats, right? You have to speak with other people. You have to let those people who are on stage talking about your dynamic tech sector, they have to be your spokesman. The face of Pakistan. I love the face of Pakistan. You know, the foreign minister is a very good representative of Pakistan. But the point is, he's not the only face that people should see. It should be your young business people, your universities, your other institutions that are the strength and the potential leadership of this country. However, if these people are not empowered politically, their voices are not going to be credible overseas. And I say this gently, but as a friend, unless there's political reform in which these constituencies, the most dynamic parts of your country, are better represented and can have their voices heard in your parliament, etc., your foreign policy is going to be weaker. So I just suggest that to you, that the same battle that we're fighting in the United States, I think you're fighting here in Pakistan. Because ultimately, and this is the end of my second message, Pakistan and its diplomacy need to have better messaging. Now, people have always said, yes, you know, how are we losing the propaganda battle? the better messaging comes, just like for America, by being credible as the source of peace in a region. So that when you call together the Islamic Conference to deal with the results of Afghanistan, you are not only the host, but you are a country that is dynamic, dealing with the issues in the region, not only through diplomacy, but through the strength of your geo-economic example. You can do it. It will take a lot of work, but the irony of what has happened in the last year, the American defeat, if I call it that, in Afghanistan is, you are now not under pressure from the Americans to do more. You remember this phrase? I certainly heard it when I was ambassador, that Pakistanis were tired of hearing from the Americans, do more. Okay. We've had a disaster in Afghanistan, and the people of Afghanistan are suffering even worse from this disaster right now. But now you have an opportunity, you in Pakistan have an opportunity, not under this pressure, to demonstrate, to take the lead, to be the example for people in the region, to take the lead in the assistance, which I applaud, for Afghanistan. Because America will eventually be able to see you not through the distorted lens of counterterrorism, but as a partner that knows how to get things done, as a friend that deals with the same kinds of issues that we want to deal with overseas. So with that, I'll leave it with you. First of all, I hope that this adds somewhat to your assessment of the United States. The United States, in the time when it's going through these changes, is going to be looking at the broad concepts of global diplomacy. I hope that is helpful to you. But second of all, I urge you, as a longtime friend of Pakistan, to address how you can use this moment of opportunity to redefine yourself, to have spokespeople for your country, not only your diplomats, but your people, to link with different countries of the world, to be an example to solve these very international issues that we all face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Manter. I think that was a good angle to look at, that for the past 2 decades, Pakistan was being viewed by the United States through the lens of Afghanistan, so you have a new opportunity where the US will look at Pakistan slightly differently. I think that was a good point. And then you also identified 4 broad areas which are now the priority of the Biden administration at least, and Pakistan could engage with them. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Ambassador Pang Chunshe, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of People's Republic of China. Please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express the regrets from Ambassador Nong because he could not make it this morning. So I came in his place, but luckily I got his written speech. So it is really a great honor for me to be here at the Diplomats Forum this morning of the Margalla Dialogue today. At the opening ceremony yesterday, His Excellency Prime Minister Imran Khan made a very important speech. I was deeply impressed by his vision and passion. I know today at this forum, I see many senior diplomats in this hall, and I think you are very experienced and for the diplomatic vision of the nowadays the world. From your speeches, I have deepened my understanding on current geopolitical changes and the global challenges. So please allow me to share some views on the theme, foreign policy challenges of future in a changing geopolitical landscape. As we know that at present, we are experiencing an once-in-a-century pandemic and big changes unseen in a century. The global economy is fragile, and unilateralism undermines the existing international order, and the trend of anti-globalization is on the rise, and the challenges of climate change are prominent. International and regional hotspots are intertwined, and the world is entering another period of turmoil and adjustment. First, the COVID-19 pandemic is still severe. More than 265 million people have been affected around the world. However, we see that some countries have politicized the issue, which has a negative impact on the global anti-pandemic cooperation. And the uneven distribution of vaccine is still prominent, and the gap between the developed and developing countries is still widening. Second, the geopolitical situation has become more tense. And a few big powers undermine international cooperation, attempt to provoke ideological and social system confrontation, and set up exclusive small groups. And the regional hotspots, such as Afghanistan, I think most of the speeches have emphasized this issue, have emerged one after another that need due attention. Third, the recovery of the global economy is struggling. Global inflation, rising commodity prices, and the sluggish industrial supply chains all make the recovery momentum of the global economy lower than expected. Economic downturn risks and uncertainties have increased significantly. Poverty, hunger, and debt are rising, especially in low-income countries. Fourth, climate change is a threat to all mankind. Global climate change endangers the Earth's ecosystems and threatens for survival of millions of people. And UN Secretary General Mr. Guterres has repeatedly emphasized insufficient funding has restricted the ability of the international community to respond to climate change. Developing countries have suffered a lot the consequences of historical emissions, but have not received the financial and the technical support they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in response to a series of global challenges, President Xi Jinping proposed the Global Development Initiative when attending the 76th General Debate of the UN General Assembly, calling on the international community to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and to promote a more robust, green, and healthy global development, to build a global development community. This major initiative drew a blueprint for advancing the cause of global development and international cooperation. The first is to deepen global anti-pandemic cooperation, and China has always advocated deepening international cooperation in vaccines, ensuring the availability and affordability of vaccines in developing countries, and making vaccines a global public product. China has provided more than 1.6 billion doses of vaccines to the world, and will provide more than 2 billion doses this year. In the next 3 years, China will provide another $3 billion in international aid to support developing countries' fight against the pandemic and restore economic development. Second is to build a new type of international relations featuring win-win cooperation. China has always opposed any country instigating geopolitical conflicts, engaging in small circles, and forcing third parties to choose sides. China is willing to work with other countries to promote the common values of mankind, practice true multilateralism, safeguard the international system with the United Nations at its core, defend the international order based on international law, and promote inclusive development of the international community. Third is to promote stable recovery of the global economy. China has made a good balance between pandemic prevention and economic and social development. China's economy continues to grow steadily and become the backbone in stabilizing the global economy. China will deepen regional economic interaction, promote trade and investment, liberalization and facilitation, enhance synergy of development strategies and policy communication with other countries, and maintain the security, stability, and the smooth flow of global industrial and supply chains. Fourth is to build a community of all life on Earth. As the largest developing country, China attaches great importance to the construction of ecological civilization. China has always been a participant, contributor, and leader in global campaign on climate change. China will support the development of green and low-carbon energy in developing countries. China will strive to achieve the peak of carbon dioxide by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, China has always believed that the big countries should behave accordingly and take the lead in emphasizing equality, credibility, and cooperation, showing a great pattern and responsibility and making more efforts and contributions. China will continue to adhere to openness, inclusiveness, and win-win cooperation, and make new contributions to global unity in fighting the pandemic, promote the recovery and the development of the global economy, improve global economic governance, and made efforts to promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. China and Pakistan are at the critical stage of building a closer China-Pakistan community with a shared future in the new era. As always, China views and develops China-Pakistan relations from a strategic and long-term perspective. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Pakistan. We should take this occasion as an opportunity and continue to deepen strategic mutual trust, promote the high-quality development of CPEC and all-round cooperation in various fields, and will further enrich the content of all-weather strategic cooperative partnership. A stronger Pakistan and a closer China-Pakistan friendship will contribute to the peace and development of the whole region and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for your views and enunciating the policies of People's Republic of China, including on Pakistan-China bilateral relationship being part of the China's overall approach of building a community of shared future. I understand Ms. Pang has to leave before the end of the session, so whenever you want to do so, please feel free. Thank you. Now we have the next speaker, Ambassador Danila Ganesh, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to Pakistan. Sir.
I'm very glad that Her Excellency Hina Rabbani Kar was very thorough in her analysis. So I will not repeat. I basically agree with what she said. I would like to express my deepest gratitude. It's a great honor to work in Islamabad and to interact with the Pakistani people. I would also like to express our government's deep gratitude to Pakistan's contribution to international counterterrorism efforts and to the Afghan settlement. Nobody knew that the Ghani regime would collapse within days of US withdrawal. Then, since everybody's getting tired, I will limit myself to several comments. First is that I think the main problem we're faced with is a risk of an accidental nuclear clash. We got advanced weapons, we got proximity of military infrastructures, we got the introduction, the imminent introduction of artificial intelligence in our defense, which basically leaves us with almost no time to come up with some response to a perceived strike from an enemy. And what if this is a computer malfunction? Basically, I think everybody sees that there is a serious confrontation going on, especially in Europe. I'm pretty pessimistic about this. I think that a clash in some form will, a serious clash, will sooner or later happen. And I hope that this clash will not be in the form of a nuclear exchange. Then there is another thing I would like to stress, is that a rivalry with the US is very beneficial, and at least for Russia. And historically speaking, every major breakthrough, be it exploration of space or the development of nuclear weapons, was a result of our competition with the Americans. So I think we got to fear no one. We got to be ready for competition. And as we say in Russia, we will see what a result will be. As for our capability to answer some global threats, I'm pessimistic too. I think that this pandemic thing has clearly shown that we are incapable of thinking as a human species. So basically, we are incapable of acting as one. And in my view, the virus threat is not that serious as we may be faced with, like asteroid threats or ecological problems or climate change. So these are several ideas I wanted to share with you, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was crisp. But I did note, if I am not mistaken, that you mentioned that given the age of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, reaction time being very limited, there is a risk of an accidental nuclear clash. That's what you mentioned. And you also made another point, and I think that was clear, that global threats like climate change and pandemics require much greater cooperation between the states and amongst the states. Thank you. We now move to the next speaker, Dr. Christian Turner, High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. height.
Well, good morning, everybody. Extremely good to be here at the Dialogue. Ambassador, colleagues, thank you very much indeed. I have to say, listening to the speakers so far on the panel, I conclude that it's quite a good time to be a diplomat. I might not lose my job, I may lose my job for incompetence. I'm not going to lose my job for lack of work. We've certainly built ourselves up a pretty big picture of the challenges that we face, and I think that's right, actually. Certainly in my 25 years in government, it's hard to remember a time where we have so many trends in flux, and I particularly was struck by Ambassador Munter's comments on those big 4 trends. I'm also a fan, I think, if I don't misquote him, it was President Eisenhower, a fan of his saying that if you can't solve a problem, make it bigger. And on a lot of the issues we're facing at the minute, I think making it bigger is often what we're talking about. So the panel were given a couple of quite major topics to chew on, and I would endorse many of the comments we've just heard, including refreshing candor from Ambassador Ganich on some of what we're looking at. I won't repeat all of those. We've talked about the tilts to the Indo-Pacific, about, I think many of the speakers yesterday talked about fifth dimension and hybrid conflict, and the certainly technological acceleration that is affecting all of our societies. But if you will allow me, I want to make 3 particular emphases on trends that I think matter as we think about Pakistan, and then I have 3 propositions for you, Ambassador. So the 3 emphases on the trends are demography, environmental pressures, and COVID. On demography, it's an issue I don't think we talk about enough, actually, and I'll come on to this in relation to Pakistan, but the global population will increase by about 2 billion people by 2050, mainly in this part of the world, in South Asia and in Africa. 1 in 4 of the world's population will be African by 2050. 41% of the world are under the age of 24. 41% under the age of 24. I don't think anyone in this room is under the age of 24. People often accuse me of being too young to be a High Commissioner. I'm not quite as young as I look, but it's a real reminder of the power of that demography. Pakistan, 380 million people by 2050. That might make it the 3rd or 4th largest country in the world by population. But set against that, of course, an aging population in the West with a pension load, a debt to GDP ratio that will make real structural inequalities in the global economy. So I think as we talk about trends, much more attention to demographics. Secondly is, several speakers have mentioned it, environmental stresses and resource limits. You know, the UK has championed climate change this year, hosting with Italy the COP26 climate change talks that the Foreign Minister referred to in his remarks. And that blend of climate, food and water stresses, I think, are particularly serious here in Pakistan. The Indus Basin irrigation system is predicted to have about 1/4 to 1/3 of the country's needs lost in the next 10 years. That's in a country that is 70% reliant on agriculture. So all of those pressures, I could talk a lot more about it, are going to lead, I think, to a global race for resources and tension. Third is COVID. Several have referred to it. Respectfully, Ambassador Danila, I don't agree. I think COVID is still with us and very serious. I think the evidence of Omicron's spread, I think, means that we should all brace ourselves for a difficult a new year. And even if we put that aside, I think it's a huge crisis of long-running proportions. The health implications we're probably only in the 2nd year of. The economic implications of COVID, I think, will be with us for at least 5 years. The UK, for example, is facing its basically biggest recession in modern history. 300 years, we lost up to 20% of our GDP by some calculations last year. This is an enormous impact economically, and as we know, the implications of these events, actually the geopolitical implications, I think could take 20 years to play out. It's been a reminder not only of our shared humanity, but the interconnectedness of the world. I think it will lead to a demand for more resilient and responsive states with a greater focus on national self-reliance. So all of the issues we're talking about will be put through that lens where globalization is questioned, international institutions will be under greater pressure, and countries will have to rely on the power of the state, arguably more than any time since the Second World War. So those were the three I would pick in terms of the trends, and that many, I think, of our leaders are thinking about, and I certainly think we as diplomats need to be focusing on. Put that together, I think it means greater uncertainty and greater systemic risk than we have faced for many a year. I think it means probably worsening inequality, worsening social cohesion, and more competition as national interests take priority over shared interests. For all of that, I strongly agree, Ambassador Munter, with you that all countries need to look beyond traditional categories. Often when I talk to people here in Pakistan, it sometimes seems as though they assume we're in some sort of great game where dastardly British diplomats are still charging around the country full of nefarious conspiracies. Those days are over, and our job as diplomats is to find cooperation and collaboration and to build linkages where there are divides. So from that brief picture, in addition to many of the challenges we've heard this morning so far, three propositions for you on the specific questions we were given. The first is it is absolutely right to focus on economic growth. Traditionally, British High Commissioners like myself, many of my predecessors well known to you in this room, would have come to Islamabad and focused on security. My background is in national security. It's formed much of my career. But actually, I think I should be talking about inclusive economic growth, about jobs, and about human capital. The UK is repositioning itself in terms of its foreign policy at the heart of a global network of economic, diplomatic and security partnerships. A speech which my foreign minister gave at Chatham House last week is worth reading on this if people haven't seen it, with an emphasis on democracy and free markets. And in that, the tilt to the Pacific, of which Pakistan, I think, should consider itself a part, is economically driven. By 2050, Deputy Ambassador, China will be 20% of the world's economy. India will be 15%, the US will be 12%. These are big, big shifts in global geoeconomics, and hard power tends to follow that economic power and indeed soft power. So I have absolutely no problem with Shah Mahmood's assertion at the outset and the policy set out by Imran Khan's government that geoeconomics should be a central part of the security conversations we have. What does that mean for Pakistan? Well, as I've already said, I think demographics are the key driver. The country is growing at about 2.4%. That's high. As I mentioned, 380 million odd people by the middle of the century, and just to keep pace with that population growth, the country needs to create about 1.5 million jobs a year. 1.5 million jobs a year just to stand still if those young people coming of age are to have a livelihood, to have security, be able to provide for their families. So it's no surprise, I think, in this town that the economy is the number one issue. And if you will allow me, an important part of that is gender equality. No country can achieve its potential without unleashing half of its population. I'm delighted to see many female members on the panel today. Too often, and in the room, too often I speak at events where it's a line of men in suits. So thank you to the organisers for bringing that voice to the stage and the conversation. I'd also commend the leadership of President Alvi, who has been a very, very powerful voice on family planning and the importance of having an honest and open conversation about family planning and population control given these masses. So in sum, I agree with many. I think it was discussed yesterday that Pakistan's population is an asset, but we have to work quite hard to make sure that that is not a demographic burden and becomes a demographic dividend. So proposition one, the economy, inclusive economic growth, driven by the demographic need, is absolutely rightly our focus. Proposition two is specifically related to Afghanistan, and that is that actually our collective interests on Afghanistan are aligned, and to that end, all partners have no alternative but to work with Pakistan. our interests are aligned, and we have to work with Pakistan. I don't think the macro picture that you're hearing from this panel is particularly changed by the withdrawal from Kabul in August. Certainly it's given us many, many deep challenges on which we have to work together, but I don't think the fundamentals actually strategically change. When I hear countries speak, if you look at, say, the Troika Plus statement, that many of the governments represented here were involved in last month, we were all saying the same thing in Afghanistan. We want a safe passage for people, we want to avoid a humanitarian crisis, we want to counter terrorism and not allow Afghanistan to become again a geography where threat can be projected to Pakistan or anywhere else. We want the rights of minorities to be protected, yes, and yes, we think that teenage girls should be able to go to school. On all of these issues, a stable, inclusive Afghanistan is our shared goal. I want to emphasize the UK is taking a pragmatic approach. We are talking to the Taliban. The Prime Minister's envoy, Sir Simon Gass, an old colleague and friend of mine, was one of the first Western envoys to visit Kabul in that guise. And as well as engaging, we are very focused on the humanitarian crisis. I think it is a crisis. Total UK aid to Afghanistan this year is nearly £250 million, with £50 million for life-saving humanitarian support to over 2.5 million vulnerable Afghans. And a lot of our focus, including at the OIC conference, which I commend Pakistan for hosting this coming weekend, is on discussing the fix, the very complex fix, for the liquidity problem that Afghanistan faces. How do we get cash back into that system? I hope people have noticed the US Treasury has taken a decision to allow personal and non-personal remittances to be made, and the World Bank has just announced the release of nearly $300 million of assets from the Afghan Reconstruction Trust Fund. So these are very important issues we're working on. Pakistan as a key partner and a player, and itself, as Shah Mahmood Qureshi says, has the most to lose if we cannot find a way through these issues. So my second proposition is really collaboration on Afghanistan. Third and finally is about regional connectivity. And I do agree that in line with these comments on geoeconomics, we must do more to build regional connectivity in South Asia. As a statistic I'm very fond of, that ASEAN as a formal trading bloc in Southeast Asia, its collective GDP it comes from about 20% of intra-regional trade. Here in South Asia, obviously not a formal bloc, it's about 2%. Bluntly, those jobs will not be created for those kids if we don't redress that and boost more trade in this region. Therefore, I think flowing from that is that some way to de-escalation with India, between India and Pakistan, is absolutely essential. Confrontation is in neither side's interest. You all know well the long-standing position of the UK that it's for both countries to find a lasting resolution to the situation in Kashmir, taking into account the wishes of the Kashmiri people, and it's not for the UK to prescribe a solution or to act as a mediator. And I do think, if I can emphasize Ambassador Ganesh's comments, the risk of an unwanted escalation is the thing that we should guard against, whilst encouraging dialogue and trying to find lasting diplomatic solutions. On my economic theme, the World Bank estimates that if the border between India and Pakistan was opened, it would lead to a 30% rise over some years in Pakistan's GDP, a 30% rise. I also think for regional connectivity, it means that there is not a sort of zero-sum choice with China, and I think Foreign Minister Qureshi has set this out very well. If you like, the shorthand for the message is avoid campism. The CPEC infrastructure and the investment of CPEC, I think, is good for Pakistan if it is done in the right way, if those initiatives increase regional connectivity, if it's transparent, doesn't have a large debt burden, transfers skills and meet international standards on debt sustainability, environmental impacts, climate change, social impact, and as I say, transparency. So I don't think that needs to be a threat to UK interests and allows us to partner and build growth. So in conclusion, Ambassador, I think these are very serious challenges, And I should say for the UK, most of you see me say publicly and on my digital diplomacy, which I'm trying to champion on behalf of Shah Mahmood, the UK relationship with Pakistan is non-discretionary. It's built on our deep diaspora links, our very close population ties, 1.6 million British Pakistanis, 400,000 visitors a day. We've seen the return of airlines. We've seen the talk of that huge economic potential, which I'd like to build on, and a development relationship that invests heavily in education, in health, in human capital, as I mentioned. And I've got this far, I haven't even talked about cricket, so I'm very pleased to avoid that. My final two comments with that is to say that I do think, as several speakers have referred to, that Pakistan has a challenge with its perceptions. And I like the quip that we shouldn't leave diplomacy to the diplomats, but there is a collective job to ensure that modern-day perceptions of Pakistan that I see and understand from living and working in this wonderful country are matched by what people outside see. I think, therefore, conferences like this should be absolutely commended. It's not my job as an ambassador to be a cheerleader for Pakistan. It's my job to advance British interests. But where we do see those perceptions as out of place, I think we should call them out. And if anyone has been to the Pakistan Expo pavilion in Dubai and wonders how to do a fantastic job of promoting Pakistan, go and see it. The most extraordinary pavilion, absolutely brilliantly done. And finally, and I think this echoes what Ambassador Munter was saying, in all of these conversations, this goes back, I think, to my comment on looking beyond traditional categories as we face these trends. I am very convinced in everything I have said in the last 10 minutes and everything we are discussing as a panel, the solutions will be found within Pakistan. And I think it is quite easy for us in a traditional diplomat's paradigm to really focus about the Pakistan relationship with the US, what's happening in the Beltway, what's happening with the Biden administration, what's happening in London, what does this mean for Pakistan's relationship with Europe, the tilts to China and the Indo-Pacific. Actually, the solutions will be Pakistani solutions, and they will be found within Pakistan. Thank you very much. Bahut shukriya.
That was very proactive and constructive, High Commissioner. Especially the three trends that you pointed out for the future are thought-provoking because we focus so much on geopolitics, but you mentioned demography, environment, and pandemics as continuing challenges and perhaps will grow in time. And thank you also for three prepositions. Continued focus on geoeconomics, I think, but there's a lot that goes into it. And on Afghanistan, I agree with you that it is a collective responsibility. The stability in Afghanistan is now, we all have stakes in that. And third, on regional connectivity within South Asia, how it can spur economic growth in Pakistan. The final speaker we have is Ambassador Robin Raffel. And she, as you are aware, was the former Assistant Secretary of State, and also she's currently Senior Associate Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chowdhury. It really is a pleasure to be back in Pakistan after a COVID break, and I want to thank the Pakistani organizers for including me in this Margalla Dialogue. In my remarks, I'm going to move from the specific to the general. And while much has been said already about Afghanistan, I still find a lot of people asking me and asking everyone, what happened and why? So here's the short version. After 9/11, the U.S. came in anger to Afghanistan, seeking revenge in a country whose history and culture it did not understand that well. It then fell victim to mission creep, trying to create a Western model democracy on an accelerated timetable at the point of a gun. This resulted in massive corruption, inequality, and a fragile government with limited legitimacy living in a bubble in Kabul. This was exacerbated by the powerful military-industrial complex in Washington, which benefited from the war and wanted to keep it going. So inertia took over, and before we knew it, 20 years had passed. Negotiations did not really deal with the underlying realities of poor governance. So the Taliban movement, which was in many ways more indigenous and closer to ground reality, made persistent gains, and in the end, the government collapsed. Now, to be fair, the story is much more complex and nuanced than that, and even if everyone understood everything perfectly well in Afghanistan, it was going to be difficult to withdraw troops in a calm manner, as the events of August attest. But the more important question now is, what do we do? What do we do in the present? The Afghanistan story is far from finished. The Taliban government, as it's currently constituted, is no more representative of the whole of Afghanistan than the one it displaced. And it's going to have to adjust quickly to the new realities if it's going to last. The U.S. plan had been to keep a robust diplomatic and development presence in Afghanistan, to work with a transitional government which would hopefully capitalize on the progress that had been made in important areas like education, health, and so on. Obviously, this didn't work out. The large U.S. mission instead got caught up in the hysteria that gripped Kabul when the Ghani government collapsed. But the goal remains very important. The goal to help Afghanistan become a modern state responsive to all of its citizens. Of all the challenges in Afghanistan today, the humanitarian crisis is obviously the most urgent. Calls for a more robust humanitarian response are really reaching a fever pitch now. Humanitarian agencies are working around the clock to come up with innovative ways to deliver assistance to a population where the government is broke and the banking system has collapsed. I understand that modest amounts of cash have now reached Kabul into the accounts of various international NGOs so that they can resume their work, but a lot more needs to be done. The U.S. and other Western governments are still focusing most of their energy, not all, but most of their energy on evacuating vulnerable Afghans. They remain in a wait-and-see posture, most concerned about avoiding any hint of recognition of the Taliban government. While this is understandable on one level, saving the lives of millions of Afghans should be the priority. This effort deserves the same kind of focus, the same kind of discipline as the U.S. and others exhibited in the sprint out of the Kabul airport. A very useful guide on practical next steps has just been published by the International Crisis Group in Washington. It recommends freeing the $1 billion+ dollars from the World Bank Trust Fund. Some of that has already been released, but they recommend releasing the whole thing. Paying civil servants, easing sanctions to allow banks to operate, a regular engagement with Taliban officials, and a phased release of Afghan government assets. The EU and some European governments are now actively considering opening offices in Kabul to engage directly with Taliban leaders who are not on the terrorism list. The U.S. would do well to consider doing the same thing, in my view. On the diplomatic side, there's been a lot of speculation around the world about permanent damage to the U.S. reputation of this unseemly exit from Afghanistan. And it really was disconcerting to many, and not just our friends, to witness what appeared to be such a visible defeat of a superpower. But I think the U.S. can recover if, and this is a big if, it stays engaged and does not repeat the mistakes of the 1990s. I personally believe that Biden was right to withdraw the troops from Afghanistan. And in the end, I think it's likely that he's going to appear both smart and courageous for having done so, because there is a strong possibility that removing the troops has opened the way to accelerate progress towards long-delayed reconciliation in Afghanistan. The U.S. withdrawal also, rightly in my view, put more of the onus on the region to take responsibility for assisting Afghanistan, for opening trade, for promoting the regional interconnectivity that many of the speakers have talked about, that remains crucial to economic growth and stability in the region. Happily, after some grousing and finger-pointing at the U.S., the region is stepping up, and Pakistan is very much in the lead in that process. I also believe that after all the public posturing and so on, that counterterrorism cooperation is in the interests of almost all of the regional powers, including the Taliban itself. So I'm reasonably confident that progress will be made in this regard behind closed doors. We won't hear about it, but I think progress will be made. Moving on to the bigger picture, the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan signaled the end to U.S. wars to promote regime change in the Middle East. President Biden invoked the need to focus on peer competitor China and to a lesser extent Russia as part of the justification for leaving Afghanistan. In fact, I think the U.S. had taken its eye off the ball in the last few decades as China quietly, under the radar, lifted hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty and were busy stealing intellectual property and taking unfair advantage from the U.S. perspective of international agreements like the World Trade Organization. And during the same period, we underestimated Russian concern about the expansion of NATO and missed opportunities to chart a more constructive relationship with that country. The world moved from being bipolar between the US and the Soviet Union to the US being the sole remaining superpower, to a multipolar world, and finally now to a return to an almost bipolar US-China competition. But in reality, we have now entered a phase which many are calling a plurilateral world, where the primary competition is between the US and its allies and China. At the same time, the existential challenges of climate change and pandemics, and more recently the erosion of democracy and the international order, are very much upon us. Other speakers have commented very wisely on these challenges, as well as those posed by advances in technology and artificial intelligence and cyberspace and so on. I myself tend to think in more practical terms about what the US and its allies need to do to respond to a rapidly changing world environment. So let me offer a few thoughts. First of all, we need to prioritize diplomacy over military means in foreign policy. The US has long criticized other nations, including Pakistan, for allowing the military to become too powerful in foreign policy. But the US, in a way, has fallen into the same trap. And it's not that the US military deliberately took power in the United States, but their needs and their advice took pride of place for far too long. But if diplomacy is to take its appropriate place in international affairs, diplomats need to up their game and sharpen their tools. First, we need to go back to basics, learning foreign languages, experiencing cultures more directly through more time on the ground, studying techniques of negotiation and persuasion, and how to find common ground. And this means not doing everything on Zoom. We need a revival in the United States, particularly, of the respect for expertise. This has been on the wane in the US for some time. And this trend was exacerbated, sadly, by a general resentment of elites, which was encouraged by our previous administration under President Trump. And it was a lack of such expertise that was one of the problems that caused us to get so far off course in Afghanistan. We all need to practice the diplomatic traits that we expect from others, being open to new perspectives, listening carefully to the arguments of others, resisting the temptation to be impatient or judgmental. The US and international development agencies need to reassess economic development models. There have been too many costly contractor-based projects which are disconnected from local priorities. Nation building, contrary to what you hear from many quarters in the United States, remains very important. Wealthier countries need to invest in poorer nations to help develop institutions which can improve governance and begin to bridge the inequality gap. But we need to do it in a way that takes account of local sensitivities and local priorities. Another tool of contemporary diplomacy needs to be a better understanding of the role of religion in various societies. Much has been done in the name of religion today, and much of it is very negative. You've got Hindu nationalism on the rise in India. Pakistan has problems with blasphemy and radical interpretations of Islam. There's a certain degree of Islamophobia in the West, and some evangelicals in the US are now hard to distinguish from white supremacists. Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright explored the role of religion in foreign policy in her 2006 book entitled The Mighty and the Almighty. This should be required reading for US diplomats, in my view. And diplomatic services everywhere need reform. A senior State Department official recently suggested that we needed to de-sludgify the foreign policy establishment in the US. Take away the sludge, refresh the whole operation. Bureaucratic structures are outdated. Risk is not rewarded and can be severely punished. There's little incentive for innovation. I'm happy to report that the new US administration is taking the need for reform very seriously and is working to diversify, streamline, and modernize the US diplomatic corps. Outside the government, the so-called foreign policy elite, both in think tanks and the media, have for the most part slavishly followed the US government line on the global war on terrorism. The pressure to be politically correct has been very strong and brought rewards, frankly, to those who complied. These institutions need to regain their independence and their crucial role in analyzing and challenging official policy. This could be extremely helpful today, for example, as the US refines its policy towards China. The bottom line here is that diplomacy needs to again be the preferred means to settle international disputes. Military action needs to return to its appropriate place as, quote unquote, the last, not the first, the last resort of kings. But for diplomacy to succeed, it needs to be modernized and rejuvenated. And I hope my colleagues here on the stage and others of you in the diplomatic business will participate in that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for building a strong case for rejuvenating diplomacy and giving it the center stage, including to manage the major power competition that is upon us. Now, we will open the floor for question and answer. I will field the first question and then I'll open the floor to the others. My question is both to Ambassador Munter and Madam Hina Rabbani Kar. There is much talk of US-China competition and the possibility of reaching a stage where the Cold War starts and countries like Pakistan are called upon to choose sides, sort of blocks. And you heard the Prime Minister day before saying that Pakistan will not like to choose sides. And Pakistan wants to have good relations both with China and with the United States. Now my question is, how can Pakistan play this delicate balancing act in its relations with China and in relations with the US? You identified some areas of cooperation with the US, but that's the broader question because people are still wondering how would we play this balancing act. So thank you, please.
No? Yes, there we are. No, just two comments quickly that I'll try to make. First, when I was ambassador here, the Chinese ambassador, Ambassador Liu, used to accompany me. I'm not sure whether we actually went to the foreign minister about this, but we used to go together to the foreign ministry and say, Pakistan, you're such a fortunate country. You have two of the best friends in the world. And in those days, we could actually make those claims. And in a certain sense, certainly, there's nothing wrong. In fact, there's everything right with wanting to be on very good terms with China, your close neighbor and your powerful country, and America, to which you have, I would argue, even a greater cultural and economic affinity. So there are reasons to do both. The problem that you have, I see, is this, and I'll give you another example. The problem is, you can say, how does a country balance between other countries, as if countries are all certain things, they're all the same. But I would say as an American that as an American who worked for the government, the greatest mistake the Americans made in the last 50 years was our invasion of Iraq. And I've said this publicly. When I went to Beijing a few years ago, I went to the Diplomatic Academy and I spoke to the members of the Diplomatic Academy in Beijing, 200 of them, and I said, part of being a good diplomat is admitting what you do wrong and having a country that is able to learn from the mistakes it makes. That's the culture we have, that's the culture we aspire to. And so I said to them, the greatest mistake the Americans made the last years was our invasion of Iraq. All the heads in the audience nodded. I said, what was the greatest mistake that the Communist Party has made in China in the last 20 years? No one had anything to say. What I'm saying is, when you are dealing with Americans, you are dealing with a flawed country that is sometimes hypocritical, sometimes naive, but it's a country that has democratic impulses like my Pakistani friends, and it is a country that learns from its mistakes. I would argue that when you're dealing with China, you're dealing with a different kind of entity. And so to say you want to be equidistant from these things, you're not being equidistant from equal things. You're being distant from two kinds of polities who have different models for the way they work. I happen to think that China, culturally, politically, socially, economically, is closer to the United States than to China. I think that. It's important for you to have good relations with both, but don't be under any illusions about where the depth of the relationship lies.
I agree with you. Balancing doesn't mean equidistance, so you have to build on the strengths that you have with each country. Madam?
Ambassador Munter spoke like a true diplomat. And of course, we fully appreciate that. And I'm going to start by saying that I hate for Pakistan to be, for decades on end, be considered like this damsel in distress who has to choose between either Iran and Saudi Arabia or China or United States. You know, somebody famously said that no country has permanent friends or enemies. You only have permanent interests. And I do think that interests are also not permanent. Interests also of countries change, because at the end of the day, a nation has to be served. A nation can only be served not by its mountains and rivers being served, by its people being served. So foreign policy pursuits have to serve the people of that country. So Pakistan really, I don't see the challenge as much as it is portrayed, because we are not being, I don't want to choose any system. I want to choose our own system. Our system that works for us, right? So this whole dichotomy of being, the world being presented with two models, one is the liberal world order, which work rather well, initially when others were benefiting from it, and now that some other countries are benefiting from it, it is not that great because somebody has hijacked it. I genuinely believe that this is the wrong way, this is the wrong framework to put the challenges that we're facing in the world today. And the pandemic has told us abundantly that, if you will not help Africans or the African countries get vaccination, don't think it's not going to come to your border. I mean, the same way with interventions. Yes, US as an island state is perhaps, in Macinder's theory, has a vacuum in many ways, not a vacuum, but is protected from people coming into your door. But Pakistan and Europe, from interventions, we have seen an influx of people coming as refugees. So all in all, I genuinely do not believe that we have to put ourselves, and I think Pakistan in many ways makes a mistake of putting itself in that position. I, for instance, would not see how attending and I will be a bit provocative in this, that how we are in any way digressing from being friends of China by not attending or by attending the democratic conference. I do not see those things as choices we have to make to please or displease. That mindset is completely wrong, and I genuinely believe, as someone who spent some time in the Foreign Office also, that we do suffer from that mindset, that we will, it's important that we are hardcore interest of Pakistan is what guides our policy, and the choices we make, they are not centered on what the US wants us to do, what someone else wants to do. They're centered on what the Pakistani population and the Pakistani public would benefit from, and just that hard-nosed, choices to be made.
Well put. Ms. Khar may have to leave earlier for a lecture elsewhere, so feel free to leave whenever you want to, ma'am. I have yet another question. I'll come to you, Raza Khan, to Ambassador Turner and also to other two ambassadors. You mentioned, apart from other things, that South Asia, and you rightly remarked, is the least integrated region, whereas other regions are benefiting, and Pakistan perhaps could also benefit in its economic growth should it integrate, and there are studies done in that way. But what we see now is that in India itself is going through a huge change in ideological terms, and also perhaps in other ways. There is an attempt to creating a Hindu Rashtra. Then there is the Kashmir dispute, which is getting nowhere. In fact, it has been exacerbated. So how you three, because your countries have been engaging with both India and Pakistan for all these 74 years. So how do you view India and Pakistan, resuming their peaceful coexistence? Ambassador Turner?
Thank you very much indeed. So, look, I think on regional integration, if you look at the trends many of us talked about, and that's why I think COVID is so significant, because I do think the pandemic has driven, as I mentioned in my remarks, a return to more resilient nation states where citizens are going to look to their governments to better protect them against this set of health threats. And so really across the world we're seeing a trend which is complex. It's rooted arguably in the financial crisis of 2008 and before of populations who are questioning regional integration. My country has gone through a democratic process of leaving the European Union, is arguably part of that. So across the world, my observation is that these are hard issues for us to address if, as Hina says correctly, we are acting in our nation's interests. For India and Pakistan, I have little to add to what I've said. It's a long-standing position for the UK that it's for the two countries themselves to find a way to resolve this. And I don't think that there is an external solution that can be imposed from my country or anywhere else. And our voice is to encourage dialogue and de-escalation. My broader point, and it plays to your last question, is to follow the money. And that figure of a 30% rise in GDP, if the borders were fully open in the region, is to my mind the most powerful one, because it says without resolving that, you're not going to properly deliver for the people of the region. The same is also true if your question is about China, and what I think is a sort of false choice, rightly as Hina has said, between the two. This country, its economy, is being driven at the minute by remittances. About 30 billion a year of remittances, most of which are flowing from Europe, particularly the United Kingdom, and the Gulf. First largest trading partner, America. Third largest trading partner is the UK. So if you look at those economic drivers, it's imperative that we avoid those zero-sum, those false choices, I think. Thank you.
Basically, I agree with what Ambassador Turner has said, and the approach of Russia is that this is a bilateral issue, India and Pakistan. So all we got to do is create conditions for a peaceful dialogue. As for nationalist trends, I personally oppose any nationalism in any form, especially in an ugly form. So we got to be very cautious because this may be close to Nazism or something like this.
Ambassador Rafael.
Thank you. I think from the U.S. part today, in the last decade or two, we've worked very hard to have separate bilateral relations with Pakistan and India and to de-link the two. I mean, much has been said about the strategic appeal of India now to the U.S. and in terms of its strategic interests in the region and commercial opportunities and so on. So we've tried to de-link the two. And everyone's aware that, you know, over the history of these two countries, there have been times when India's been keen to talk with Pakistan about Kashmir, times when Pakistan's been keen to talk to India. Regrettably, there have been few times when both were ready to talk about this sensitive issue at the same time. For the present, I think it's important for Pakistan to remain open to India. I know that's your posture. You haven't made much progress in that regard. But I think for the moment, it's best to remain willing to talk and wait for a moment that's more ripe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is open. Raza Khan from PTV World. Yeah. All right, thank you. I think your question is made. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Reza, look, this is a subject I've commented much on publicly, and I think this observation that Prime Minister Khan has is a very powerful and important one, that for all of the flows of aid and development which countries like mine transfer to countries like Pakistan, and that's a development relationship that is very much one of partnership. It's one of shared interests. I don't think of that as a remotely colonial or sort of patronizing relationship. There is equally a flow of capital in the other direction, and I think it is absolutely right that the UK is challenged to put its house in order and ensure that the City of London is not used as a place where dirty money can be laundered. I'm pleased to say that has been the policy of the last British governments for about the last 10 years. Prime Minister David Cameron led a conversation in the G7 nearly 10 years ago on this set of issues. Prime Minister Theresa May, my last immediate boss as Home Secretary, brought about the introduction of something called unexplained wealth orders, and the City of London is now under some of the tightest regulation worldwide to stop exactly what you are describing. And indeed, in just my second day in my current job in December 2019, 2 years ago, the British government returned the largest amount of money ever returned overseas to Pakistan, £110 million, if my memory serves me, in a specific case where the money arguably was rightly held by the Pakistani people and was returned. So it's an important agenda, and one which myself and my government are absolutely committed to continuing the conversation on.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions because at 1 o'clock we want to close. Yes, lady here. Also, please introduce yourself.
Can you? Yeah. My name is Dr. Zarka Sohrawardy. I'm a senator with the government of Pakistan. My question is really, it's very good to hear the re-looking at diplomacy globally in light of what's happening, the multipolarity and the multilateralism. But listening to all of the panelists, it was very interesting to note that no one is looking at humanity. We are all looking through our own lens. And there was a discussion on the pandemic and climate change. And I think that, and most of you would agree, that the pandemic is a result of climate change as well. So shouldn't climate change be a bigger agenda on the world's portfolio, rather than we should be giving importance to the pandemic, but even after COP26, we don't see the kind of actions that really need to be taken to combat climate change, and countries like Pakistan are suffering when we've not even contributed so much. So really, leadership at the level of humanity is needed, and of course diplomats would be the best at it. So this is just a question to the panel. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Maciej Pisarski. I'm an ambassador of Poland, and I thank you very much for a very interesting panel. It was supposed to be a question, but there are no representatives of Pakistan except for you, Ambassador Chaudhry, on the panel now. The question to the topic of geoeconomics, and I think this is a very relevant and very important issue. And since we are talking about that, and we haven't discussed the role of the European Union here on this panel, and I give it to my British colleague that yes, the US might be first, and Britain might be further biggest markets for Pakistani exports, but collectively speaking, I don't have exact numbers on me. It would be the European Union. So this is the Pakistan's greatest trade destination, also a major provider of development assistance, cooperation. And when we talk about climate change, COVID and other issues, I mean that this is also a very, very important partner. I wanted to ask about the role of the European Union in the Pakistani's foreign policy strategy, but you know. Okay, but it can just comment. Thank you.
If you allow, I'll take full round of questions so that you can make closing remarks and address them wherever. General Ahmed Mahmood Hayat.
Thank you, Ambassador. I just wanted to make a comment because more than once the distinguished panel made a reference to Pakistan-India relations and the problems being solved bilaterally. That is not what the United Nations resolutions say. That is not what, after revocation of Article 370 and 35 alpha of the Indian Constitution. So the ground realities have changed, and I think the honorable panelists, esteemed as they are, may please look at it in the real perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I think ex-Foreign Secretary Tahmina Janjua,
Thank you very much. It's been a really interesting discussion here. I'd like to pick on and take up from what General Saab has said. There has been a reference made that there would be 30% increase in Pakistan's economy if trade between Pakistan and India takes place. And that it is the responsibility of the two countries to look at the entire Kashmir issue bilaterally. On the trade thing, on the 30% increase in the economy, we need to do an analysis of what will happen if we open up trade with India. Would they be dumping a lot of their goods into Pakistan? What would be the impact on major sectors of Pakistan's economy? Would they be completely wiped out? How do you work? I'm not saying that we should go for protectionism, but we have to also protect, without using the word protect, our economy and our own industry as well. So how does that work out? And secondly, on the question of the two countries working it out between them, the current shape of the Indian government is such that dialogue with them looks absolutely very difficult. There is no rational sort of commitment or no rational response from the Indian side on as far as Kashmir is concerned. And at the end of the day, whether we talk about the UN Security Council resolutions or not, it is the responsibility of the rest of the world to take an interest on what is happening in Kashmir right now, the human rights situation, the terrible situation that's prevailing there. And then, of course, generally, if you talk about in the context of dialoguing with India, which is out to sort of crush, I won't use the word crush, I would use it advisedly, but its relationship with all its neighbors and how the current government has a certain ideology it is pursuing, which is inimical to relations, good relations with especially Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add one more question on this list and close the list, and then everyone can present his or her closing remarks. There's much talk in Pakistan about the bigger picture, and in that context, about the alliances which are coming up, like Quad and AUKUS. And there appears to be a trend towards militarization or bloc formation in the Indian Ocean region, in fact, perhaps Indo-Pacific region. So how do you view that, and where would these blocs like Quad and AUKUS lead us to? So let's start with Ambassador Munter and come down to Ambassador Affan. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure you will let us pick and choose the ones we want to answer and to avoid the ones that we want to avoid. So all the tough ones I will give to Ambassador Turn. No, let me try to address, if I could, this question of India. And one element of that, I fully agree that the atmosphere in Delhi is not conducive to talks, and I regret that very much. Because again, when I was ambassador here 10 years ago, there were real efforts being made by all sides. And I think you are right that, and what the foreign minister said earlier, the efforts by the current prime minister have not been reciprocated. That said, part of what my message that I tried to get across earlier was that when you are when you're stuck, I'm not sure that I agree with President Eisenhower's way of saying that, if you have a problem, make it bigger. I think what he really said was expand the aperture. I think he said that a little more delicately. No. I think, though, that looking inside, you can prepare for a future in which you deal with India. If I take, for example, this notion of the 30% growth of economics and the concomitant legitimate fears that protectionism would raise about what would this do? In your country, if I may be a little bit blunt, those most dynamic parts of your economy that would pole vault you into the world economy, make you strong, those things which are tech, high tech and development, they are not represented in your political system. Your political system is overwhelmingly structured to protect the traditional industries in the political hierarchy of this country. So that the people, when you say our industries would be hurt, probably the industries that would be hurt would be the lowest level of value added. Your agriculture, your textiles. The people who are in charge of this country, many of them don't want to see agriculture and textiles hurt, but they are holding back the country because the people who represent technology and the cutting edge global industries are not represented in your political system. So my suggestion would be, as you look at political reform, that you look at giving a voice to the constituency that is most dynamic in this country, the middle class of the people, the young people who are sitting in Lahore or Karachi who are doing startups and can work in the global world, and perhaps sharing some of the power that is now controlled by interests that tend to be the traditional structures of agriculture, textiles, etc. So part of the domestic reform would be to prepare yourself for when that border opens, that you have people in your government who are going to really make your transformation of Pakistan into a world leader in tech and in modern areas. One last comment again about climate change and humanity. You're absolutely right that it's crucial, it's important. I would argue that we have tried in our own way to address this. And I think that you are right to raise this question because no country that I can think, well, some Pacific islands perhaps, but no country will be hurt worse than Pakistan. You are going to run out of water. And I would urge that you put on your agenda not just questions when you're talking to your Chinese friends, not just questions of investment in power plants, but talking about hydroelectric dams on the top of the Indus that come out of Tibet. This is what, if you are going to be friends with the Chinese, you need to work with the Chinese to talk about making sure that there's water enough so that there's not a crisis on the border between India and Pakistan because the Indus doesn't have enough water for your people. So I absolutely agree, but I would argue that in the context of our international relations, indeed, putting that on the table in these kinds of political issues is crucial. Thank you.
There we are. So Ambassador Munter has put it far more eloquently than probably I could, but like him, I would be tempted to link the two questions on climate in India together. And if my Polish colleague will excuse me commenting on Brexit, that's probably a diplomatic kindness. The strategic point I was trying to make was one about the inevitability of the need for economic growth to meet the population growth needs of this country. And I absolutely agree very much with the former Foreign Secretary on the, the complexity and the difficulty of getting to that end point. But at the end, if the needs of 380 million young Pakistanis are to be met in 20, 30 years' time, there needs to be a way to work out how there is an economy that delivers for that. Sustainability of that economy is key. So one of my government has made its #1 priority this year and next climate change. So for climate leadership, we've stuck our colours to the mast. I think what we saw at COP, everyone agrees more needed to do and lots of implementation required, and Pakistan is a real leader, I think, on these issues. But one of the most significant things we saw at the COP in Glasgow was the sign of global capital shifting away from coal. So building big, dirty coal power stations to meet the power needs of a country like Pakistan, I think, is not only bad for the planet, it's not economically viable given where we're heading. That's a very important conversation for us to have about how we find the finance for alternative means of power, and I'm pleased that that conversation was starting. Equally, on India, look, the complexity of these issues, as I say, I've said nothing today that is not a well-articulated version of my government's policy on India. It is no surprise to anyone that powers across the world will be investing in India. If India is going to be 15% of the world's economy by the middle of the century, as a country like mine leaves the European Union, is look for trading partnerships with deep ties and historic friendships with India, we'll be there. My point is that shouldn't be a seesaw, if you like. It's not a sort of up arrow there equals a down arrow there. and those very difficult questions about the structure of the economy and how you get to that end point need working through. The 30% figure I cited came from a World Bank report that's now about 5 years old, so some studies have been done. I, like many, would welcome more work in this area to understand the barriers as well as the opportunities.
Any word on the Quad and ICUS and the bloc formation?
Yes, so, I mean, look, in a way it's the same point I was trying to make on bloc formation, which is, I think, Ambassador Munter put it very well on trying to get out of a sort of traditional view of which alliance, which camp we're in, and thinking about these challenges we're all discussing in view of the trends we're describing. And so I think I'm actually very much with Foreign Minister Qureshi in trying to avoid putting people in certain blocks or camps. Multipolarity, plurality, we've got words for it, but I think we're all seeing flux, and therefore, trying to avoid pigeonholing people into these binary camps belies this economic message, which I'm trying to say needs to underpin our efforts. Thank you.
Several comments. As for cooperative efforts, definitely they are needed to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think that our governments could do more to encourage interaction among scientists, and that would be a good first step. Second, about the role of Europe, speaking in my personal capacity, I would like to say that if you want something done, talk to the Americans, because this is a US-centric world still. So we got to be realistic about this, with all respect to the Europeans. Second, as for the Indian, Pakistani dispute, I think this is an impasse, and I think that time should pass. Maybe some other governments will come to power with different views, so we got to wait for our chance. I don't think that we can do much right now. I would also like to mention that Her Excellency Secretary Takhmina commands, enjoys greatest respect in Moscow, at least in the Foreign Office. As for AUKUS and Quad, right, these are groupings. So let's see how it will play out. So this is my answer.
Everyone agrees on the importance of climate change, and I would just say I think the Biden administration deserves to be commended for the dramatic turnaround in terms of the U.S. prioritizing this issue. Lots of goals being set for 2035, 2050, green this, green that, buildings, transport, and so on. So I think the Americans are really working hard on this. As to Ambassador Danjua's question on trade, the two things are existing at the same time. There would be, over time, a 30% or whatever percent growth in Pakistan if it opened trade with India. At the same time, in the beginning, there would be dumping. There would be industries that are disadvantaged. But it is not beyond the mind of man, as they say, to figure out ways to both ease the burden on the disadvantaged industries and help them become more competitive. You know, that really is the object of the exercise. So I think there are ways to make this both promote growth for Pakistan and ease the burden on industries that would be disadvantaged. And, you know, I would only add that time is a wasting. You know, this issue has been discussed here for so many years with the numbers varying, but it's really time to get on with it and open up trade throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you for appreciating this such an illustrious panel. Let me offer some concluding thoughts, and then we'll wait for the next announcement. First, I found the discussion captivating, and I found that everyone remained fully attentive for 2.5 years, which shows the quality of discussion that was happening. We are happy that Foreign Minister Qureshi was here. He laid out the main priorities of the government of Pakistan in the domain of foreign and security policies. You all must have concluded from this discussion that this is a time of great flux. In fact, ever since Richard Haas wrote that book, A World in Disarray, in 2016, we have been saying that this world is now in transition. We don't know where exactly it is headed, but we can see that some of the trends that we started witnessing some years ago are accentuating, like multilateralism on the retreat and unilateralism on the ascendant. We also see populist nationalism gripping many nations. And we also see global norms like free international trade and immigration are really changing. But what has really defined our time the most is the major power competition that has set in. And in terms of US national security strategy is now the main priority of the United States. Now that, will it make the world a bipolar world or a plurilateral world? We don't know. We'll see how it goes, but there are fears that the world might head towards another Cold War. And that places countries like Pakistan and many other middle powers into an enormously difficult situation if they were called upon to choose sides. But I was glad to hear from the discussion that none of the speakers wanted us to move in that direction. They all wanted us to make the most of the relationships that we have, particularly with China and US and also with Europe. On Afghanistan, I think there was a consensus that humanitarian situation must be addressed on top priority, and I was pleased to hear, I did not know, Ambassador Turner, that some steps have been taken by the World Bank and also by US Treasury, which is welcoming, because we must do something about a catastrophe that is about to unfold in Afghanistan. And I also saw a consensus that the stability in Afghanistan, now every country has stakes in that. Because if Afghanistan ruptures and goes into another bout of civil war, everyone will suffer. But that places, while it places a responsibility on the US and Europe to stay engaged, but I think there is also a responsibility on the region, as you mentioned, to take the burden. And I am also happy that the Muslim world is also coming forth, and on 19th they'll be here, and I hope that they will be forthcoming in addressing the crisis in Afghanistan. We also had a considerable talk about India-Pakistan, because there is a degree of pessimism in view of the developments inside India, because we did not see Modi regime to be any forthcoming towards resolving issues with Pakistan. Instead, it has gone ahead and complicated the Kashmir dispute by annexing the Kashmir, the occupied state of Jammu and Kashmir. So difficult times there. We do hope that better sense will prevail, and especially with India taking the lead, because Pakistan remains open to the dialogue. There are a lot else that can be talked about. I think new areas were identified, the climate change, environment, demography, and so many others, which have really not received the kind of attention that these deserve. But all in all, I think it was a great diplomats forum, and we learned a lot from these wise men and women. Join me in applauding them. And let me now hand over the floor to the.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. If I could just, before we break for lunch, if we could just have the presentations of the mementos now. If I could please request Acting President IPRI, Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua, to please present the memento to our moderator, Ambassador Azaz Ahmed Chaudhry. Thank you. If I could now please request Acting President to present the memento to Ambassador Danila. To Ambassador Cameron Munter, please. To Ambassador Robin Raphael, please. And last but not least, to Ambassador Turner, please. If the panelists and Acting President could please stay for the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. This brings us to the end of the Diplomats Forum. I would like now to invite our guests and audience for lunch. Please join us right outside the hall for lunch. We will reconvene for the Scholars Forum at 2:30. Thank you. Everyone to please get settled and make sure your mobile phones are turned to silent mode. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for joining us for the second session of today, which is the Scholars Forum. Here I would once again please like to request our audience members to please remain seated and ensure their mobile phones are switched to silent mode. So today our keynote session speaker will be Dr. Adil Najam. He will deliver the address. Dr. Adil Najam is the inaugural Dean of the Frederick S. Pardee School of Global Studies at the Boston University. At Boston University, he teaches international relations and earth and environment. Earlier, Professor Dr. Adil Najam served as Vice Chancellor of the Lahore University of Management Sciences, and in addition to Boston University, has taught at MIT and Tufts University. I'd like to please request and invite Dr. Adil Najam to please come and deliver his keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ji. I'll wait for the screen to come on. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you to the organizers for having me, and more than that, for organizing such a wonderful event. I'm really standing in for Senator Mushahid Hussain, who unfortunately can't be with us, and those are very big shoes to fill. So I will not even try to fill those shoes. I will use my my few minutes to talk about the idea of human development and of human security, but by using a framework that we've actually heard a lot about. And I've been very pleasantly surprised that we've heard so much about it in the last 2 days, which is climate change, which is the area that I work on. And if you allow me to be a little mischievous, I wondered whether we've heard about it because we all really believe that this is the most critical issue, or we've heard about it because it has now become the flavor of the times. And every country and every government in the US and the UK and the Russians and Pakistanis have to speak something about it. I say that somewhat facetiously, but only somewhat facetiously. But I'll use this as an academic to say something about the idea of human development. In the few minutes that I have, I want to raise 3 questions. I hope people can see the screens and read through them. I want to raise 3 questions. I promise not to answer any one of them, because then we'll have nothing to speak about in the Q&A. But they're also the type of questions that are really sort of broader and worth thinking about. And the first of those questions really is, what is the climate telling us about insecurity? I have worked my entire life for nearly 30 years now, since the 1992 Earth Summit, on climate policy. And I'm now less and less interested on what climate policy and climate diplomats and climate governments are telling me, and much more interested on what the climate itself is saying. And I want to talk about that in terms of security. I want to raise the question and have us think about this issue of human security, including on climate. It is very fashionable for people like me to want to make their issue a security issue. But agar sab kuch security hai, to phir to kuch bhi security nahi hai. If everything is a security issue, then what is security? And I want to sort of help you to help me think about what makes an issue a security issue. In some ways, let me put my blunt argument, Brigadier Saab, up front. We confuse security issues with military issues. Military issues happen to be security issues, but those are not the same thing, and let me at least try to open that proposition. And the third question that I want to raise is, what does security mean in what I call the age of adaptation? Age of adaptation is the name of my forthcoming book, but more than that, it is something for the last 6 or 7 years I've been arguing that we now live in what I call the age of adaptation. Adaptation here means climate adaptation. Adaptation essentially means, in climate there are 2 key terms. Mitigation is, what do you do to stop the problem from happening? Emissions. Adaptation is, what do you do when the problem happens? You adapt. We are actually very good as a species at adapting. It rains, we get an umbrella. It is warm, we put on a sweater, right? COVID, we put on a mask. All of that is adaptation. But every adaptation has a cost. And if you fail to mitigate, the costs go up, and that's where the security argument comes. So let me put that. I do have a number of ideas, so I'll rush through this, and because we have some really fascinating and wonderful people coming after me. I want to tell you a story. It's a story of insecurity, and I'll tell it to you in one framework, in 7 failures, and in a crisis waiting to happen. Some of you have seen some of these slides, but even if you have, the slides might be older, the argument is not. I'll start this with, what I did during COVID, like all of you. I spent a lot of time on Zoom. Allah beda ghar kare Zoom ka. It's not a good thing. But I spent a lot of time on Zoom. And one of the things that I ended up Zoom, and you see the headline there, 2020, a year like no other. When the crisis kind of started, I also happened to be, apart from Dean, head of a research institute at BU. And it's a research institute on study of the future. So we thought we'll ask a few smart people. This is March of 20. We thought we'll ask a few smart people what they think the world after COVID will look like. We thought, the crisis is going to be 6-7 months. We'll ask 8, 9, 10 very smart people. It's a good idea. Well, before we knew it, we had 101 interviews, on each 5 minutes long, released on YouTube. Between them, they got about 2 million views or so on and so forth. They included about 8 or 9 Nobel winners. They included the Prime Minister of Italy. They included the head of the Labour Party in the UK. They had included the President's Chief of Staff in the US. They included lots and lots of really interesting people. And we asked them only one question. And the question was, in your area of expertise, what does the world after COVID look like? Right? So these are really smart people. And I'm going to give a different talk in Islamabad next week about that project. I just wanted to show you one little clip of some of the things we heard. But here is, Ambassador Tamina, here is the thing. 101 interviews, top scholars on everything. The single most mentioned topic on what the world looks like after COVID was climate change. The second most mentioned topic was China. So I'm not going to show you the climate change ideas, but what they were saying about the shape of world politics, because that's what your conference is about.
I've never seen a period in which the degree of uncertainty as to what the world will look like politically is greater than it is today.
What COVID-19 has done is to confirm the long-term trend of the return of Asia.
Human society and history tends to pick up on 3 or 4 different topics that affect us all. One is disease, it's part of our global history. One is on climate, one is natural resources, and one is on demographics. So right now, China sits in the middle of all of those kinds of questions.
COVID-19 really revealed, I think, a number of uncomfortable truths about the United States and China and their relationship.
Underlying fundamental structural lucidity and rivalry, in which a rapidly rising China is seriously threatening to displace the U.S.
Security. The EU is in a very bad neighborhood, and that also links to the migrant and refugee crisis.
One of the effects that we see is fear of migrants ramping up.
I have been surprised how suddenly we are now concerned more about how many masks a country has, as opposed to how much oil or energy.
There should be a conversation about what should be the definition of national security in the 21st century.
I think for the United States, alliances become more important. NATO becomes more important.
It's very clear that because of COVID, the United States is going to leave the Middle East. We have to expect that some governments in the Middle East will fall.
Already, we've seen a number of African countries that have suspended elections. And I can promise you, I can guarantee you that there will be many more countries in 2020 that do suspend their elections.
This US election is the most important exercise of the democratic franchise anywhere in the world, I would say, for the last 90 years at least.
It's embarrassing
how terribly America has addressed this problem.
I think it's very important for the next president of the United States to really try to heal what has happened to our country.
The world after COVID is going to look an awful lot like the world before COVID.
I showed you those clips. Mostly they reaffirm what you've been hearing here the last 2 days, but the interesting thing to note is these were done March, April, May, June of last year, which looks like a really long time ago, right? And it was interesting what they were saying. It was even more interesting what they were not saying. And this is the context in which the climate question comes. Because here is how I want to contextualize it. That came too early, but here is how I want to contextualize it. COVID was clearly the single biggest global crisis of the lifetimes of nearly anyone in this room. It may not be the biggest crisis, but it was clearly the biggest global crisis. And what we did in response to that ought to be an indicator of how we will or will not deal with other global crises such as climate change, right? So now while I was doing this, let me show you what else was happening in the world. You saw this in your newspapers, but you may not have noticed it. So, हम बड़ी बड़ी बात करते हैं कि 2020 was a year like no others. Yes, it was a year like no other because we were on Zoom, but it was a year like no other in other ways too. It started in January. January 2020 was the hottest January ever. February was the second hottest February ever recorded ever since we have kept records. March, second hottest March ever. इस वक्त तक हमने attention pay करनी छोड़ दी. इस वक्त तक you were not even retweeting this because this had become the new normal. April, second hottest April ever. May, hottest May ever. Just think about what I'm saying here. June, hottest June ever. Right? Note what I'm doing. I'm not telling you what happens in 2050. I don't care what happens in 2050. I'm dead. I'm telling you what happened in 2020. Second hottest July ever. You see the pattern. Second hottest August, hottest September, hottest October ever recorded since we've recorded temperatures. Hottest November. December में थोड़ी सी छुट्टी मिल गई थी. 8वें नंबर पे आ गए थे. I can go into 2021. Let me not accept to say that the July that just ended was the hottest any month ever since we have kept records. What's the point? The point I'm making is this is the age of adaptation. Climate change is no longer a future issue. Diplomats who talk as if it's a future issue, lie. Politicians who talk as if it's a future issue, lie. Academics who talk as if it's a future issue, lie. You only have to live in Karachi to know that climate change is real. You have to live in Lahore or try to drive to Lahore to know that it is real, right? And that's the point of the age of adaptation, that the age of adaptation is in fact here. By my estimations, about 2.5 billion people in the world, about 110 million Pakistanis included in them, are facing climate impacts now. This is not a future issue, this is a current issue for them. Now, before I go into that, you all have heard about Paris. I won't spend too much time about this, the Paris Agreement and the negotiations and so on and so forth. I want to highlight just two numbers before we come back to this. Two big numbers came out of Paris. I'm not a big fan of Paris. I wish it succeeded, but I don't think it will. One big number came out was this number. मैं अपने students को दिखाता हूँ and I ask them, यार ये सिफरे कितने हैं? What is this number? Because most of us haven't seen a number this big. That's 100 billion. That's what 100 billion looks like. No one believed that 100 billion would be spent at that time, and it hasn't. Countries promised it because अगर आपने promise करनी है तो make it so big. Right? If you're going to make a false promise, at least make it so big that it is impressive at the time. Right? That was the number. That didn't happen, but hold on to that number because that number in a few minutes will become smaller. The other number is the one that you've heard of. I won't spend too much time because I don't have it, but this is a very important number. The science number was 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. 1.5 degrees centigrade and a really bad thing start happening to a lot of people, including about half of Pakistan. All of Vanuatu, 2/3 of Bangladesh, including to most poor people. At 1.5 degree change, really bad things happen. At 2, even worse things happen. At this point, the science is telling you there is nearly no way, no how. No matter what China says, no matter what the US says, no matter what Glasgow says, there is nearly impossible to meet 1.5. And it is probably also not possible to meet 2. That means we'll have to adapt at a higher and higher level. We will survive, we'll survive. Now, to make my point, this is a real issue. This is how my talk is different from most talks on climate change. Most talks on climate change tell you what will happen in the future. As I said, I'm not interested in that. Here is where the world's climate is. I hope you can see those lines. This is actual recorded data for climate for every year that we know it. This circle is 1.5, the other is 2. Those are the limits that I just talked about. This is actual data, 1958, 1976, 1987, 2009, 10, 13, and it stops at 16. I can take it further, it will be even closer to that line. Now, you are saying to me, Shafkat Saab, ke yaar, theek hai, tum baatein shaatein badi karte ho, but I don't live on the planet, I live in Islamabad. In Islamabad, the temperature changes so much every day, so what is 1.5 between friends? Let me show you whatever part of the world you are interested in. Same data, I am now going to project it not for the world as an average, but at different points in the world. What has been happening to the climate till now? For different points in the world, you can focus on wherever you want to focus on. Again, this is not future data, this is not a projection, this is not a prediction. This is simply what has been reported in your newspapers everywhere in the world every day. Right? This to me is the age of adaptation. Now, again, before I move to the security, which I want to move very fast, you say, okay, 1.5 is fine, but 1.5 to subah aur sham mein ho jata. Right? But that is weather. What happens between 1.5 and 0.5 difference on a global level? What it means is, and again, without reading into all the details, what it means is, Brigadier Saab, the 25-year flood has already become a 17-year flood, and it becomes a 5-year flood. The drought that is supposed to come on average every 30 years has not left Thar for the last 9 years. Right? That's what 0.5 starts doing. What does that do to military readiness? If you are fighting emergency after emergency inside and are deploying there are lots of implications of this. That means you are not doing things elsewhere. Right? There is a reason why all across the world militaries are used in emergencies, and I'll come to that in a minute, because they have the ability for it. Now you increase the emergencies, you reduce the readiness for other things, and then you go back to what I was saying about all the other threats. So without going into this, let me come to the future shock as I start wrapping this up, and this idea of security that I had promised I'd talk about. So some frontline insecurities for countries like Pakistan in the age of adaptation. Now you notice that I use the word insecurity. In 2010, I did a book on human security, and the argument we made was that security is actually not important. Insecurity is important. Every nation worries about security when they become insecure. On 9/11, America was worried about security. On 9/10, it really wasn't. Right? Something makes you insecure, and you become worried about security. Right? So the conceptual framework we made, I'm sorry, I'm a social scientist, so this is only for Humma Bakai. This is a 2x2, Hamayar wale log jo karte. So we looked at the literature on security and insecurity, and we said essentially, people who talk about security essentially talk about two things. One, they talk about where the insecurity is coming from. What is making me insecure? I come and hit you, violence. That's clearly insecurity, right? So one end. But I can make you insecure without hitting you through social disruption. COVID, financial crisis, right? So insecurity can come because of violence, but it can also come because of social disruption. On the second axis, is it coming at the state level or is it coming at the society level? Right? And the simple 2x2 framework, and this is really the thing that I'm saying we should look at when we think about these insecurities. If you are talking state violence, you are clearly talking about war. Right? We talked a lot about war. That is clearly a security issue. No one is saying it's not, right? That is clearly a primary security issue. But we know that even in times of war, far greater insecurity happens at the society level through violence. More people die of that, right? And that is the face of insecurity that comes through civil strife. Here is where people like me start populating this. When you have state level social disruption, insecurity comes through institutional failure. That institutional failure, we've heard many times, boils over into anger, especially youth anger. Anger boils over into violence, right? And I've put that load shedding picture there because it is insecurity. It challenges my livelihood. And when you have social disruption at the society level, that is the trigger of human development. Now, this is not to say that one of these is more important than the other. This is to say, if you are honest about security, then you ought to be interested in all of these securities and not one. And in the types of issues that we are talking about, that becomes the issue. Very briefly, and I won't go into this, but in the book we are arguing that civil strife already here, war unlikely because of climate. Countries don't go over to war over climate, but it makes war more difficult. Institutional failure coming soon to a theater near you, human security here and now. What is the face of that? What is the face of that? The first one, and I'll rush and in a few minutes, please allow me. The first of that is nature. And COVID should have reminded us of that. When you think of nature and climate, you usually think of that picture about an ice sheet, and on that top of that is a polar bear. That's the wrong picture. That picture makes you think as if the polar bear is waiting for you to come and save it. I have spoken to a few polar bears. They don't believe you're going to save them. They have no faith in you or me. Nature does not wait to be saved. Nature hits back. Nature hits back. What does that mean in climate? In fact, a better picture than that is this one. Everyone who's a Pakistani should be very familiar with this beautiful young chap. That's a dengue mosquito. We talk about dengue in many ways, Naseem, but here's the thing. There is no reason why dengue should be in Lahore. There is certainly no reason why dengue should be in Gilgit. Dengue ought to be in Sri Lanka. So clearly, like many vector diseases, it is moving northwards. There are many reasons. People travel, they take it with their shoes, but one of them is that it is not just we who adapt. Disease also adapts, right? And again, we've seen that. So that's the nature of the insecurities. Water has been mentioned many times. Clearly, in the age of adaptation, climate is more of a water issue than an energy issue. In mitigation, it was primarily energy because that's where emissions come from. In adaptation, it is primarily water. You are going to be talking climate in the language of water. Right? Now, let me not go through that. That's all the fresh water there is in the world. There is actually no dearth of water in the world. It's a distribution problem, but we'll come to that. What I do want to get at water, imagine what happens when climate changes. So uske impact kya hote hain? Most of them are wet. Water rises, sea level rise. Water melts, glaciers. Water disappears, drought. Water falls from the sky like no one's business, extreme events, like floods. Ambassador Munter would recognize this picture. You were here then, the 2010 floods. I was in the US trying to sort of raise funds and so on and so forth for those who were affected. And I was finding it was very difficult to explain to wonderful American colleagues what a flood looks like in a country like Pakistan. So that map of Pakistan, the blue area is what the flood was like, right? The areas that were highly impacted by the flood. So remember the blue squiggle. I took that squiggle and I put it on a map of the United States, just to let them imagine what this meant. And it's from top on Vermont down to Florida. I put the same squiggle on a map of Japan. You don't see Japan. I put it on a map of Europe, Denmark down to Spain. Right? Now think about security, because what we are talking about is that 25-year flood has already turned into a 17-year flood, is most likely to turn into a 5-year flood. That means you divert your security resources from elsewhere and you start talking about this. That's the logic of human security. As soon as we are talking water, I moved very fast, you're talking food, because what is food except nature's way of packaging water? As soon as you talk water in Pakistan, you are essentially talking food. Let me not even stay there. Energy and impacts we know about, but energy we've been focusing on the wrong thing. This is why I think Glasgow was a failure. We are still talking about energy on emission terms only. If you are in Pakistan, the energy question is energy poverty. The energy question is you have to increase the available amount of energy for at least 80 million people in Pakistan without changing the emissions. Right? That's a very different question than a Tesla question or a renewable question only. The energy prices will come down. Coal is out. That's just a price game, and that's fixed in this. And the game sort of, I'm rushing because I want to end. But I was on this World Commission on Energy and Security and Climate and Security from an energy lens that the president of Iceland was leading. And so this is something from there. The mobility question. If you're in Pakistan and you're talking climate, your mobility question is not just electric vehicles. It's not that Tesla kaun lega. The question is, your mobility problem is this. Your mobility problem is managing mass transit in Karachi. Right? Now you impose a climate change world on it. Now you impose an international regime that says you can't use old sources. You have policy constraints. Your policy space has been constrained because of those agreements. That's the diplomacy question. Not to lose the space to manage the energy poverty question. Heat is a particular one that I am passionate about because most people in the world don't fully understand it. If you are in Mumbai, if you are in Karachi, if you are in Dhaka, you understand heat. There is no reason why 500 people should die of heat. That's the heat profile for major cities. But there's no reason why 500 people should die of heat in Karachi at temperatures that are not even that high historically. That's an urban planning question. That's a question for climate diplomacy and what it can or cannot get from Glasgow. There is no, tell me, I'm sorry I'm going to put up these pictures, it's after lunch. How is this not a security picture? How is this not a security picture? If 500 Pakistanis were killed by an enemy, how is that less important than it being killed by heat that was entirely avoidable through policy measures? If you allow me, many years ago I had done another book on South Asia and human security. And one of the things we did, at that point Pakistan was about 60 years old. So in 60 years of warfare between India and Pakistan, I'm going to say something strong, but it's not political at all. 60 years at that point of constant war between India and Pakistan. Total number of Indians killed by the Pakistan side. 60 years of war, total number of Indians killed by the Pakistan side was less than the number of Indians killed by dirty water in the city of New Delhi in 1 year alone. Exactly the same number is true on the Pakistan side for Karachi. The security question is the following. What is the difference between someone who dies at the wrong end of a gun and someone who dies at the wrong end of a tap? That's the human security question. If you are the mother of that child, your child is no less dead. Utna hi shaheed hai. I apologize. I hope I'm not crossing any lines here. But here is the question, whether you are India, whether you're Pakistan, whether you are anyone else, that there are these other security questions. You as journalists, I as academics, we as policymakers, somehow treat one of those deaths as a very different death. Right? And that's where the world has moved. Because the sovereignty has moved to people. This is a security picture. A mass grave. How is a mass grave because of heat? This is from Karachi. I'm not making this up. That's a security picture. Right? So there are, the thing is, there are also opportunities in this. Last point on this, on refugees. One of the biggest things that climate and security people are now focusing on is that we are already seeing significant migration because of climate. Now, when we think of refugees, we think of pictures like this. Something bad happens and lots of people move to a camp. That's not how most climate migration happens. Climate migration usually is like economic migration. Right? You lose your livelihood, you move somewhere else. You're seeing that in Bangladesh, in the Sundarbans, and so on and so forth. But I hope people can see this picture. It's an old one. This is in Africa, a place called the Parrot's Beak. The Parrot's Beak, this is Guinea, this is Sierra Leone. The date is January 6, 1974. I hope people can see the color right here. January 6, 1974. Let me fast forward that picture. December 19, 1999. What happened? I actually think IPRI should do a study on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border where something similar has happened. Why did it turn light green? Because people don't like war. So people moved. The war was where? It was in Sierra Leone. And that's where the pressures came. Right? So security starts becoming entwined with this in very, very real ways. I'm sorry, this is the actual last slide. How many people have been to Atabad Lake? Very good. Achhi hai yaar? Is it nice? Most amazing place you've seen. Atabad Lake is beautiful. Right? We love when the Goras come and take pictures at Atabad Lake because Pakistan is a beautiful country and Atabad Lake is a beautiful place. Here is the problem with Atabad Lake. Till 2010, there was no Atabad Lake. Till 2010, there was a village. The village was called Atabad. And then there was a landslide. This wasn't about climate change, but it was a natural disaster. And the village disappeared. And instead of that came Atabad Lake. Now, if an enemy country comes and one of your villages disappear, what would be your national reaction? Our national reaction is taking selfies. I understand. Tourism hota hai, sab kuch hota hai. But that is the security challenge. Right? The problem with climate as a security challenge is the same as with many others. You don't know who the enemy is. And without an enemy, security problems become much more difficult. On the other hand, the benefits are very, very great, and that's where we should be focusing. As I end on COVID, how does this relate to COVID? We've just gone through this crisis of COVID. What have we learned that might be useful for climate? I think we learned three things. The first, we learned about multilateralism. It failed. You get the first biggest global crisis of your life, and multilateralism is dead. Right? Close my borders. I'm not giving you ventilators. I'm not sharing vaccines. Don't you ever come to my country. Right? Second, science. Science is a good story. It is amazing. No one assumed that in 8 months we will have a vaccine that would work. Right? So listen to the science, but we listen too late. And money. Money is the amazing part. Remember the 100 billion, how big it looked? Suddenly, and this General Sahib, is what makes a security issue in my view. Security issue is essentially any issue that is considered existential. Military or now, if societies think the issue is existential, my existence is threatened, then it changes as a policy issue because no one asks the question, how much will it cost? That is why all across the world, security issues do not spend time on costs. Because if my life is threatened, why should I? I will first save my life and then figure out the cost. That is what makes security issues conceptually different. And what I'm saying is that is where security is changing. Remember the 100 billion and how big it looked? In the US where I live, we found that you can find $1 trillion in 1 week. You can spend $1 trillion in 9 days. Because society actually believed it was existential in ways that it doesn't yet believe climate change is existent. Hina this morning pointed out certain numbers. Remember how big this number looked? Afghanistan, I think this is the part that many of my Pakistani friends don't really get. It's not really a big number. This is 2.26 trillion. वो आपके मेरे लिए बड़ा number है. That's not a very big number. I'll tell you what a big number is. This is the number. 6.25 trillion. This is the actual emergency amount passed by Congress. I'm not talking the impact on society. I'm not talking the impact on the economy. I'm talking those checks that have been sent out. When societies truly believe that they are in danger of existence, that's what happens. That's not the only one. Let me put another number. 4.6 trillion. This is the amount that was spent in 4 days when there was an existential crisis, i.e. the financial crisis. And that, to me, is the logic of human security. As I end this time, it really is. What does this mean? Let me leave you with 5 headlines of what this might mean in the age of adaptation, not only for climate, but for other things. First, we need to move from a reactive posture to a preventative posture. That's how these security issues are different. That you don't prepare for the war that is to happen, you prepare to not have that war happen. That's one of the differences between human security issues and military security issues. The second, you move from maximizing security to minimizing insecurity. Understanding that insecurity is the trigger of violence. You move from development as a problem to development as a solution. And finally, if you have multilateralism, you move from thinking only about national costs to thinking about global benefits. That is very different. I'm looking at Ambassador Janjua because we have set up the entire global diplomatic system on the assumption that we will all go and represent what is good for my country. And somehow what is good for my country will add up to what is good for every country. That did not work. That failed in COVID. That is likely to fail in climate. I apologize for taking too long. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adil Najam, for that very educating presentation and keynote address. Now, if I could please request the moderator and panelists of the Scholars Forum to please proceed to the stage. Thank you. Please allow me the opportunity of introducing our moderator for this session. Our session will be moderated by Ms. Naseem Zahra. Ms. Zahra is a Pakistani journalist and writer who hosts a primetime current affairs talk show on Channel 24. She has previously also worked with Dunia News as an anchor and hosted the TV program Policy Matters, during which she interviewed several national and global leaders. Ms. Zahra is an author of a book titled From Kargil to the Coup, Events That Shook Pakistan. In commencing with this session, I will now hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Ms. Naseem Zahra.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to this session. May I just start by saying that the keynote speaker has essentially been a subversive factor here. And he has now put us in a situation where I think all the panelists will have to tad bit revisit some of the things you're saying. I think there's no question that the issues that Dr. Adil Najam raised are critical and central to human existence. Equally critical are factors of state power, interstate relations. So, I mean, what do you do in terms of the human thought and how human existence is right now essentially organized? It is organized along the statist lines, and I think that some of the panelists will surely deal with the issues that Dr. Adil Najam has raised. And indeed, when he says what he talked about is logic, and that logic should determine choices, but mankind is a strange animal. There is logic, there is ego, there is power play, there is selfishness, there are all those factors, and of course we should be marching towards the kind of thinking and choices that Dr. Adil Najam spoke about, and I hope some of the panelists will address that. To have a scholars forum, I thought, was Brigadier Saab, I would like to congratulate you, not because I'm standing here as a moderator, but I think indeed it is important for a society to recognize that people who are in the business of, thought leaders, their input should affect policy. Whether it does or not is another matter, but at least you're attempting to do that, and this is how and why you've organized this forum. The theme of this forum, as you all know, is big power rivalry and its impact on human security. So in some ways, the context for the issues that Dr. Adil Najam so rightly and so prolifically and so coherently and so indeed brilliantly he put across, I think the context for all that is, interstate, and in the broader context, it's as we speak, if we were to say that Cold War II is upon us, that indeed the China-US rivalry is certainly very much a reality and is an evolving reality where we see that the battle is emerged and is surfaced, and we are heading towards a hotter Cold War, as we move along, and whether it's ideology, technology, economy, etc., all these factors are gradually emerging, and perhaps it would be correct to say that there are few countries in the world that are in the midst of this Cold War, who will be affected by this Cold War and who will have to make choices. One in the broader context and then in the South Asian context. Obviously, when we talk about Asia, this Cold War is going to, we are the theater for this Cold War, Asia. And within Asia, Pakistan borders China, and Pakistan then borders a major ally in this Cold War, emerging Cold War, which is India. So I will, and obviously when we look at South Asia, we are talking about 1/5 of mankind, humankind, 1/5 of humankind which is crying out for development, which is crying out for the kind of choices that Dr. Adil Najam, was urging us to make. So let me just start by inviting our first speaker. Our first speaker is, we've had Mr. Adil Najam, Mr. Mushahid wasn't able to come. Our first speaker is Dr. Samina Yasmeen. She's a professor of School of Social Sciences at the University of Western Australia. Dr. Samina Yasmeen has also been a director. Yasmeen has been a director and founder of University's Center for Muslim States and Societies. She has previously received funding for her work from the Worldwide Universities Network and the International Mining for Development. Over to you, Dr. Samina Yasmeen, and 10 minutes for the speakers each. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First to IPRI for including me in this wonderful event, because I actually enjoyed sitting through, and I just thought I'll change your experience by coming on stage and saying things which probably you've already heard. But one thing that I wanted to do in terms of the issues that Adil talked about, and then what Naseem alluded to, is to point out that when we talk about security, human security, it also depends on the time frame in which we live. And as Adil had said, the time changes how we look at security. And with that, our expectation of what we need to do or respond to also changes. So in that, where I want to start off is that last year, end of February is when I left Pakistan to go back to Australia. When I was en route, COVID-19 everybody knew about, but wasn't that concerned. Once I got into Australia, suddenly the lockdown started and started appearing everywhere else. Effectively, what that lockdown did to me and to my thinking was, as someone who has been working on international relations for years, was to somehow naively think that COVID-19, with an issue that was affecting the whole global community, is going to change the way we look at the world and change the way we deal with it. Now, you could say that I should have learned enough, but obviously I didn't. But effectively, what I found out very quickly was, living in Australia, was that the Australian government started talking about the Chinese act or complicity in creating this, or Chinese responsibility in resulting in COVID-19. And then a series of events developed, which we had already talked about, Quad, but it got strengthened. And then, of course, very recently, AUKUS was established. But the way the discussion went on, and as Adil has already pointed out, focused on China as the main threat, effectively divested me of this assumption that we were moving into a new era of human thinking about what security is and how do we deal with that. So having said that, I think when we do talk about, talk about human security, one thing which I think Adil mentioned was in general terms, but with a couple of photographs, but which isn't clearly categorically mentioned, is the impact of COVID-19 on women. And if we're talking about human security, I think we need to delve down into the other sections of the community that we're looking at. Human beings are one community, but at the same time, the gendered communities also count. And what happens with something as significant as a pandemic also requires us to look at how does it impact on women, and I'm not denying that it impacts on men as well, but my focus, at least for the next 9 minutes, is going to be on what COVID-19 has done to women or to gender issues, and then what does it mean for our region, and how do we deal with that, and how does it sit next to global power politics, and what are the dangers inherent in it. So I guess if we look at data that's been coming out since early last year, since March onwards, it's very clear that COVID-19 has impacted on women more so than it's impacted on men. And if we look at the information that came out from the United States, there was a difference in the way it affected not just simply women in general, but women from ethnically different backgrounds, especially women of the African background. Their women ended up losing jobs a lot quicker than men. But obviously, it also had an impact on their social relationships, because as you lose job, your social networks start affecting, and then it's also had a psychological impact. A psychological impact has resulted also on men in increased incidents of domestic violence. Just one discussion that I heard about, someone who was a very close colleague of my husband actually, and worked in domestic violence after he retired as an engineering dean, told us that in last year, the number of cases that had been reporting to his non-governmental organization increased at least by 40%. And that's in Australia, where the discussion of gendered rights has been quite strong. So domestic violence, if it was so great in a country like Australia, it's also increased in other countries. It is across the globe, but now very quickly want to look at South Asia. What does COVID-19, its impact, mean for human security with a focus on women? I think the limited work that has come about, it includes reports, for example, World Bank, which talked about the impact on companies, but also the work that's been presented by the Ministry for Human Rights in Pakistan actually tells us that COVID-19 has had a stronger impact on women than men in terms of education, access to that, which was already very low, in terms of access to health facilities, and domestic violence. I think where the different cultural facets come into it is that while in a country like Australia, where I've spent most of my life, the gender differences are there, and it has contributed to domestic violence, but still the expectation of what a woman has to do are slightly different than what is, say, in case of Pakistan. So the fact that women have become caregivers more so than was the case in the past is even more present in case of countries like Pakistan. Add to that the problems of relationships, extended families, and when women have been in lockdown or have lost their jobs, it's impacted on their, again, the domestic violence. Now, I don't want to assume that Pakistan is the only country in South Asia that's gone through this process. In fact, if you look at the data that, and I'm not going to give you numbers, otherwise we'll move into the different direction. If we look at information on what's happened in India, it's a very similar picture. Incidents of violence, incidents of women losing jobs has increased, and a similar picture in, say, Afghanistan, in Bangladesh. Afghanistan is even in a more precarious position because of the instability that's been there. Given the fact that human security has to be also looked at as a gendered issue of security, we can very quickly get to the understanding that unless and until we deal with these issues that have been introduced or highlighted, further highlighted in our world after COVID-19, raises the question, how do we deal with it? If we don't deal with it, we create problems for ourselves, because women, and across the globe, as caregivers, or even just simply by being women, tend to take responsibilities for shaping the ideas and the values of the families more so than men. And it's with due apologies to men who are here, because even they get guided into how to live more by the women that train them in the beginning. So given the fact that we have this condition, and I'll have to now quickly make sure that my image comes back. If we have this gendered dimension of human security, what do? I guess what I straight away come to is that it requires coordinated, collaborative efforts on part of not just the women, but men and women across all these South Asian countries, to collaborate to make sure that while they're trying to ameliorate the issues being faced by the communities in general, they also focus on what it's doing to women and deal with that. But how do we do that? And is it something that I'm coming up with which is so new that somehow it changes the whole equation? I'm not going to even deny for once and that this focus on women collaborating across South Asia and beyond has been a feature of our region for quite some time. But I want to draw attention to the fact that the space for that collaboration has been increasingly reduced. And it has been reduced because of the promotion of narratives that we've had in our country, but also in the region. I think, sorry, in terms of looking at the other as unqualified, aggressive opponent, we've all taken responsibility for that. But where I would give Pakistan more credit now compared to especially India is that while Pakistan has been revisiting its narrative and has been trying to talk about collaborative discussions, we see, and it's been mentioned in the last few forums as well, India has continued, in fact, again, heightened its narrative of hostility vis-a-vis Pakistan. And in that context, unless and until the Indian government changes its narrative, the possibility of the state permitting a collaboration with women, which it really leads to positive results, becomes limited. But how does that link to something that's happening very much at the ground level, at the gendered level? How does that link to global politics? What I would argue is that narratives, how they're strengthened, aren't just simply a matter of the information that countries put out and people learn within those countries. They're also a function of how different sources of support come from outside and how they empower those narratives. I think in case of India, we can't get away from the fact that the global struggle, where China is being seen as a challenger by the United States, as someone that has already been established there as a global power, this whole perception of China has created a condition where American government has quite simply put sort of aside any violation of human rights, any violation or deviation from the principles of true liberal democracies, that one side because they want to use India for their own purposes. in that context, their ability or even their willingness to question Indian narrative becomes very limited. And again, in that I was struck in the discussion in the last forum that while some of those present talked about the need for collaboration and the Kashmir issue being a bilateral issue, the fact that there was, except one or two statements, very clear absence of saying India has a problem in terms of the narrative that it is promoting and the policies that it's assuming. It shouldn't just be a Pakistani story. But the reason what I want to point out is that Indian narrative is being strengthened by the need for economic investment by the West and others into India, the use of India for their own interest. And in that process, they have created conditions where collaboration between India and Pakistan and other South Asian countries is being delayed and undermined. So while we talk about at one stage saying we all have to be together and collaborate, we're actually at the global level, those who are already established powers, they're creating conditions where that collaboration doesn't foster beyond a certain point. So when I say that it's not happening, so I guess one suggestion that I would come up, and that's where my naive sense would come in again, is that the global powers, in this case especially the United States, needs to revisit and say, what does it mean to create South Asia and a world in which gendered securities are guaranteed? And does it require them to be silent about human rights violations, or even silent on issues like the Kashmir issue, or accept the fact that there is violation of human rights in India and in other countries, while picking on certain countries that they are quite happy issuing statements for? But so far, I guess what I'm really hoping, and if you haven't sort of picked up the way my line of thinking is, that we need a change at the ground level, at the micro level, in the narratives that are being promoted. And that responsibility is for everyone. But at this time, this responsibility is not really being fulfilled, more so on the part of India than others. But at the macro level, the global powers, especially the United States, has that responsibility. Now, since we're talking about geopolitical developments, I don't want to just look at the whole world in micro and macro level. I think there's a meso level that we have to focus on. And again, Brigadier Janjua might sort of go beyond what you expected us to talk about, but I think we need to focus on the regional architectures, security architectures, the connections that are coming up. Whatever name you give, the reality is that when certain countries in our region, including United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, they collaborate or they connect up with a country like Israel that's already had a very strong relationship with Indian government, then we create a condition in which interest at the meso level further reinforce the narrative that I'm saying stops India from actually accepting that we are living in a new world. So the responsibility of the regional architects of the new structures that is going to have an impact, that can't really be avoided. So if we have to really talk about human security, gendered security, I think we do need to, and that's where Pakistani responsibility would come up, we do need to point out that when we're talking about security, it's not just simply what America does, it's not just simply what China does, it's also important what our regional neighbors, our Muslim neighbors or non-Muslim neighbors do. Unless we bring them on board, and unless we highlight their responsibility, we run the risk of constantly perpetuating instability in the name of great and local power politics, but also creating conditions that impacts on people, and most so impacts negatively on the women. And if we continue avoiding that, I think the world is going to be tough. Now, to show that I really respect other women, she said time, so I'll stop it here. Thank you very much.
Very eloquently spoke about gender focus in this new security context, and you talked about need for cross-border collaboration amongst women, but you said that that's stonewalled because of the relations that exist between Pakistan and India, and you felt that not just countries in the region, but the global approach, and especially you referred to the United States, must play a role in altering, in some ways, influencing the Indian approach and attitude. More we'll discuss during the Q&A. I would now like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Adil Malik. He's a Globe Fellow in the Economies of Muslim Societies at the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies. Professor Adil Malik is he's received a doctorate in economics from Oxford University as Rhodes Scholars and is an associate professor of development economics at universities, at the university's Department of International Development. Thank you, Dr. Adil Malik.
Thank you, Naseem. It's a great pleasure to be here at this forum at IPRI. I'm very grateful to the organizers for extending this invitation. It's obviously very hard to speak after Najm. I really admired his speech. I will make 5 humble submissions as a political economist. And within the time available, I'll just make a broad outline of the argument that I want to make, and then perhaps in the Q&A session we can have a more detailed discussion. So my first submission is really with regards to the topic of this event, which is the sort of growing geopolitical competition between China and the United States. Now, sitting from where I am in Oxford, I feel that China is that one central component that is coming across all the time, even in academia, in terms of the new funding grants, the new centers that are coming up. I mean, you feel that there's a lot of anxiety about the rise of China. And that obviously makes sense because it's a new competitive power. But the submission I want to make is about the liberal international order, which I'm not competent to speak as a political economist, but I'm certainly competent to raise that point in a dialogue. And that's about the way in which the liberal international order has often emphasized 2 types of competition. I'm an economist, so one of the first lessons you learn in Economics 101 is that market competition is good. You need to have greater competition in markets, right? In politics, you want multi-party competitive politics. Why not competition in the geopolitical domain? Why should there be a single power shaping developments, right? If the liberal international order believes in greater competition in markets, greater competition in the political domain, for smaller countries and poorer countries like Pakistan, many countries of the global south, they would also benefit, much like the consumer, because we are the consumers of the global order. We will also benefit from greater competition in the geopolitical domain. And that brings me to this question that David Lake made in his book on international order. And he talked about the manner in which international relations are not just defined by anarchy, where every state is dealing with its own interests in the survival of the fittest format. Because the international relations is, as a matter of fact, shaped by hierarchy with asymmetric distribution of global power. And that's where the question of sovereignty is extremely important. Because in the previous session, we were talking about how Pakistan needs to push its interests. Yes, of course, but where is the sovereign space? We don't have a lot of economic sovereignty. We don't have a lot of sovereignty in the other domains as well. So I think in social sciences, it's important to think about what is the impact of this geopolitical competition on the sovereignty of developing countries, and how does that impact human security. So that's my first submission, more like a talking point. The second submission is closer to home, to Pakistan, and which is about the way we have managed our political economy is really through a 2-level game. That game is between our elites, our civil military elites, our business, political economy elites, and the international powers that have had an influence in this country, including United States. And this relationship has been a relationship which has characterized Pakistan as a semi-rentier state, because we have lived under the burden of both geography and history. Under the burden of geography because we were right next to Afghanistan, we were a frontier state, and we were called to play an important role.
And in that process, we received a lot of rents in the guise of foreign aid. Those rents did not benefit ordinary people and advanced human security. They sustained elite failure in this country. They sustained elite capture in this country. And so in this two-level game, you have two parties who have short horizons, right? If you are part of the top military leadership or civilian leadership in this country, you're looking for the next 5 years or 3 years, depending on how long your tenure is. If you're on the American side, you're looking again at the short horizon. But the questions about human security are questions of long horizon. How do we go beyond that short horizon? And that's a very important concern for us. Now, in that regard, the relationship between the United States and Pakistan, especially after the signing of the China-Pakistan Economic Agreement, have come to a stage where economic instruments are being used as coercive, part of coercive diplomacy, whether it's the FATF, whether it's the very tough terms on which we are asked to sign the International Monetary Fund's agreement. There's a clear signal that the economic leverage is being used to influence positions. Now that's a very, very dangerous game for human security. And I'm reminded when I teach the political economy of authoritarianism to my students, I talk about how much repression should the dictator use. Whenever a dictator wants to control the polity, he has to use some repression. Now the challenge for the dictator is to use the optimal level of repression. Because if you repress too much, it can, things can slip out of your control. And I think that insight is also relevant for global powers, that when they use economic instruments as part of coercive diplomacy, you're talking about a country of 220 million people, right? You might achieve the desired foreign policy goals for the short term, but the ground could slip very fast beneath you, but also beneath the stakeholders that you are talking to. So I think that's another point that I want to make. My third submission is about this whole geo-economic shift, which I really commend people who are steering that debate in Pakistan. That, I think, really is the way to go beyond the burden of geography. Because geography has been a burden largely because of our proximity to Afghanistan and 8 zones of conflict. But geography can also be an asset, because as some of the previous speakers mentioned, we are right next to India, we are right next to China, we are next to Iran, we are really in a region where connectivity could take place. But here's my submission. Over the last sort of 60 years or more, Pakistan has acted more like a landlocked country. When you study the fate of many of these poor countries in Africa or Latin America, a lot of them are landlocked countries. We are not a landlocked country, right? But we have pretty much acted like a landlocked country. We cannot trade with India, we cannot trade with Iran, we try and trade with China, difficulty. Afghanistan, we have conflict. So we are really made to act more as a landlocked country. Whereas in effect, what Pakistan is really a transition zone, in my opinion. The north of Pakistan is where Central Asia meets South Asia. The south of Pakistan is where Middle East meets South Asia. So there are lots of opportunities for connectivity. And that's where I move to my fourth submission, which is that what we are seeing today in the world is not a clash of civilization, it's clash of connectivities that we are now emerging. We are seeing this emerge in global affairs. Now obviously we've seen the EU announce a new program for Africa to counter China's influence. But within Pakistan, you find this clash of connectivities playing in a very clear way. In the sense that yes, there are a lot of World Bank reports about relations with India, having more trade with India. It will benefit. Obviously, it doesn't require a lot of rocket science to recognize that there are lots of complementarities. But why isn't there a World Bank report on trade with Iran? Iran is our next door neighbor. Yes, it's very uncomfortable for me to say. I will not get any brownie points here to talk about Iran, but we have to talk about Iran as well. Why not trade with China as well, right? We have to think about integration in a larger spectrum, east, west, north, south. You cannot just be selective. Whereas if we try and do the gas pipeline with Iran, we are told, well, you have to trade, you have to have a TAPI gas pipeline, we'll help you do that. Well, that's also very good, but we need to have gas pipelines everywhere. You know, when I wake up this morning and see there's going to be a big gas shortage in this country, it just doesn't make sense to me as an economist. You're sitting right next door to one of the largest gas reservoirs in the world. And here is the counterfactual. I tell my British colleagues, if United Kingdom were the neighbor of Iran, would they buy gas? Absolutely yes. Because Europe bought gas from Russia in the height of the Cold War, right? Even if United States were right next to Iran, right? Would they not trade? Or were they next to China? Would they not trade? Their industry will force them to trade, because the United States trades with Mexico, it trades with Canada, and so these are the objective realities. You know, the business community in this country is obviously not very strong, right? It's very protectionist. But imagine a world where the business community was really dynamic and exporting. It would have pushed Rawalpindi and Islamabad to do trade with China, trade with Iran long before, because that's where you can have all these different kinds of connections. So I think this question about clash of connectivities is something that we need to engage with. And I think we need to confront this question, and we need to speak with the Americans about this. You know, I study the Middle East. Iraq, for example, every year, Iraq gets exemption from the United States to import gas and electricity from Iran. Why? Because it's a real concern of human security. There are protests in Basra if there is no electricity, right? They always keep on making plans that maybe, you know, you need to get some fuel from Saudi Arabia, you need to import things, you know, there'll be little time. So I think the foreign policy elites here are often looking all the time at the West and shudder at the prospect of making independent decisions. We need to make that conversation front and center. What is in Pakistan's interest? If it means getting cheap gas from Iran for our industry, if it means getting gas for your consumers, tell the Americans, sit with them. Look, this is an existential issue. Gas is running out. It's a question of human security. You come and do business with us. But the problem is, many of those foreign policy elites are seeking concessions for themselves from the Americans and others. They are not seeking concessions for the country. Somebody wants another time in the government, somebody wants an extension, somebody wants something else. I think our elites, when they're truly independent, they can sit down along the table and talk basic common sense. Okay, my final submission takes me back to the United States. And there's one paper that everybody who works in this area, particularly diplomacy, ought to read. It's freely downloadable from the web. It's called The Violence Trap. And in that 1 minute that I have, this violence trap is effectively about how societies can get trapped in violence. To control violence, you need specialized economies. You need sufficiently large investments, right? So that all the actors who are part of that supply chain find violence costly. You have to increase the cost of violence for the domestic elites. How do you do that? You need sufficiently large investments in infrastructure, in complex, specialized economies. Now, what exactly is China doing through CPEC? That's a project that should have come from the United States. Because as this paper suggests, if you want to deal with the violence trap, you need to create connectivity and specialized economy. There is no way you can have peace in Afghanistan without thinking about the factors that this paper violence trap talks about, right? Why did we have to wait for China to come and set up that infrastructure project here? It's a failure of the Western policy elites not to have invested in concerns of human security rather than just giving aid in terms of military aid, giving aid to donors. You need to create that connective infrastructure. Yes, China's terms may not be very good. Yes, China's contracts may not be very transparent. Yes, make them more transparent. Yes, the debt burden may not be sustainable. We need to do work on that. But why was the West waiting for the last 60 years to create that? Go back and read this paper on the violence trap. What China is doing is effectively following that template, right? And one of the authors is a Nobel Prize winner, Douglas North. So we need to engage social science in thinking about many of the problems of our region. And I think when we are engaging, we need to talk about this two-level game between our elites and their foreign patrons, because that's what really sustains elite capture and a failed political economy in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adil. You spoke about sovereign space to make choices, sovereign economic space for a country like Pakistan to make choices in the context of geopolitical competition. You talked about the economic leverage, therefore, that is being used by international players who influence Pakistan's economy. Then something interesting you said. I say interesting because I'm not sure how much it's based on facts. You said Pakistan is behaving like a landlocked country. And I think if we look at how Pakistan is trying to look westwards and really focus on connectivity, and perhaps on Iran, you may want to look at some facts and review your facts, because with Iran, indeed, there is trade going on and border markets are, anyway, I don't want to take up more time. We'll come back to it later on. But they're very interesting facts that we'll need more discussion on. May I invite now Dr. Huma Bakai to come and make a presentation. Dr. Huma Bakai is currently a distinguished Professor of International Relations at the Department of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts of the Institute for Business Administration. She's been teaching at IBS since 2007 and has previously served as an Associate Dean and provided her services as a Director of Public Affairs and Communication Department. And may I add, she continues to be a TV star as well, basically appearing to give analysis on international affairs. Over to you, Dr. Bakai.
So, good afternoon. So this is, you know what I call it, the curse of the last session. There is fatigue, information fatigue, listening fatigue, and all of that. Anyways, Adil completely changed the tone of this particular session, or how I perceived it. But I have something very interesting to say here. When I was listening to Adil, it reminded me of the movie The Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore, and that happened in May 2006. It did win him a Nobel Peace Prize, but not the White House. And with all due respect, that is how I see global politics, because I still think it is the realist paradigm which will continue to determine the security matrix, the global security matrix, but also the South Asian security matrix. I don't see it changing. Yes, floods worry us, but flood of refugees worry us more. The term our Prime Minister used when the collapse was happening in Afghanistan was that I am petrified that refugees will come to Pakistan. We finished the fencing of the border at war footing to prevent it. We still don't know if we will be able to prevent it fully if there is an economic implosion in Afghanistan, which is in the making. Fences can be cut, and if you have hordes of people there, how do you prevent them from coming in? So yes, floods scare us, but this scares us more. And that is why I think that this rising rivalry between China and the United States has worrisome implications for this part of the world. The US administration has called the rivalry with China the biggest geopolitical test of this century. And the first president to formally acknowledge it was President Obama in 2019. He said, yes, China may surpass us economically, and he said to China that you want to, he wanted to cooperate with China, asked China to work as a junior partner, to which China obviously declined. And then when Trump came in, he said Obama was a weakling, he was a weak man. So he went on to confront China far more aggressively, also went back on all his commitments on climate, and then, of course, Trumpism was unleashed in US, continues to be a driving force in US. I think they defeated Trump, they have not been able to defeat Trumpism. That's very much there. And then when Biden came in, he tried to do all the right things, which included course correction, image building, damage control. But with China, he continued to do exactly what Trump doing, but maybe going a bit ahead. It also made very good political sense to do that. That is for domestic consumption. But it's not just Biden. It is also people like Richard Nixon. I'm sorry, there's people like, give me a minute, I'm losing it. Henry Kissinger. It's people like Henry Kissinger who's the architect of building the bridge between the United States and China. He says that the tensions that are taking place between these two countries will engulf the entire world. And this is going to lead to an Armageddon-like clash between the two military and technology giants. And he added on to say that it carries more risk than the Cold War ever did with the Soviet Union. And this is what he said in an interview in 2021. So the so-called Biden doctrine is less interested in coexistence and more interested in dominance. And then, of course, they say that it is being openly stated by American foreign policies now not to counter terrorism alone, but largely to blunt Chinese ambitions. And America may work with China in areas of common interest, but will counter it elsewhere. What are those common interests? Perhaps climate? Glasgow was a disappointment. And the young teenager activist correctly pointed out, she said it was a lot of blah, 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 that's what she said. China has emerged as the only peer competitor to the US in the last 30 years. The most aggressive moves made by Biden against China are on the economic front. He has carried on with former President Donald Trump's trade sanctions against Beijing and worked with the Senate to pass a massive $250 billion industrial policy bill to boost US competitiveness. He launched a Buy America campaign that cuts foreign firms out of highly lucrative US government procurement markets. He has also worked to block Chinese acquisition and investments inside the United States and keep Chinese students and researchers out of the country. In June 2021, President Biden signed an executive order banning Americans from investing in Chinese companies linked to military or surveillance technology. 60% of Americans now have a very unfavorable view of the People's Republic, a record high since the Pew Research Center began asking the question in 2005. So US is increasingly becoming a very, very anti-China state. What are the repercussions for Pakistan? I think they are massive, and for this region, because the theater of this this war, the theater of this conflict is unfolding right here in South Asia. And Pakistan constantly talks about having a balance in its relationship. Hina Rabbani Khar Sahiba spoke about it this morning. I think this balance is going to become very, very difficult for Pakistan to maintain. Because initially when we talked about this Cold War, we said there are no firewalls. It's not an ideological confrontation, so to say. Apparently, it is turning into an ideological confrontation after the Democratic Summit was held, and Pakistan chose to stay out of it. Some tell me it was told out to stay out of it. And initially, we thought that with the convergence with China, Pakistan has what we call some options and choices in its foreign policy from what it used to be, where all we had with our foreign policy were hardcore constraints and compulsions. I wonder if these constraints and compulsions are coming from the other side now. There are a few trends that I want to point out towards, which are going to determine our choices and which are also, I suppose, determine the choices of the international community. And the first thing that I want to introduce is 21st century regionalism. I think we're constantly talking about how disintegrated South Asia is as a region, how the glass is half empty, we've never been able to tap its potential, and of course we have the counter question of it takes two to tango. The two protagonists of the region, India and Pakistan, are on the worst footing of their relationship since in the history, and even having functional relationships on the borders is now becoming tricky by the day. My submission here is that I think that you talked about the constraints of connectivity. I think what we should be looking at is 21st century regionalism. And 21st century regionalism is not about, it's not about intra-regional integration. It is about inter-regional integration. And I think that is the regionalism of the future. So you talk about Euro-Asia and you talk about Euro-Africa. A German scholar in this particular aspect said Pakistan has what it calls the status of a zipper state. And I think that is where Pakistan should pitch its energies now. Shahnaaz Qureshi Saab this morning spoke about how our trade has increased with Africa by 7%. I think we need to do a lot more, but the fact that Africa is in Pakistan's focus now is a decent development. And then there is going to be a constant crisscross of geopolitics and geoeconomics. You know, we constantly say that Pakistan's campus is moving from geopolitics to geoeconomics. I don't think that is an option. You cannot have a binary geopolitics or a geoeconomics. There is constantly going to be a crisscross of both. Even One Belt China, One Belt, One Road initiative is a crisscross of both, and it is increasingly becoming that. China has its necklace of pearls, and India has its necklace of diamonds, and essentially it is a crisscross. The supply chain disruption has everybody on the back foot. The building up of India to counter China in the region has been what US wants to do, but look at the economic convergence that exists between the two countries. There was this video that Adil Najm Saab showed this morning. I saw the entire thing. And one of the most interesting things that comes out from an Indian professor at the NUS at the Singaporean University is that it is a very intricate choice. It's a very critical choice that India has to make here. And that critical choice is that will India side with the United States, pay second fiddle to the United States in what's happening in South Asia and in Asia in terms of geoeconomics, or will it become a part of the Asian economic miracle or the Asian economic miracle? Will India allow the Asian economic miracle to become the Chinese economic miracle? And that is a very critical choice that India has to make. And one more very important submission here. What we've heard all this morning is that how it is completely impossible to interact with India because of the Modi Sartakar and the Hindutva, and I completely agree with all of that. The belligerence displayed by India is atrocious, unacceptable. But I also like to think that India is much bigger, much larger than the Modi Sarkar. And I think we should have a strategy to engage with the saner thinking India, which is worried about the slippery slope the Hindutva is pushing it down. And I think that is where some very smart diplomatic footwork needs to come in. And I would like to take the example of how Russia has pushed itself in conveniently creating a nexus with China, converging with India, US giving India the concessions you talked about, Iraq is given to trade with Iran. They just signed a missile deal with Russia, and I'm sure US will give them the concessions they need over sanctions. I think that is the kind of diplomatic footwork that we will be looking at. So a constant crisscross of geoeconomics and geopolitics, and that's how we should pitch ourselves. We have what I call the golden chair, and we constantly talk about being at crossroads, and we constantly talk about the unleashing the Pakistani potential and the opportunity we have, I think I have 1 minute, okay. The two most tricky words in the world are potential and opportunity, because they mean nothing unless you work very hard to turn them into reality. My time is running out, last word. I think the Cold War, or the hot Cold War that Nassim Zahra called it, is going to happen on the sea lanes, and which once again pushes us into an arms race in the region, where India has nuclearized its navy, its sea arsenal, and which unfortunately takes us one step further away from investing in human security. Human security is important. Our youth world should be turned into an asset. For all of that, you need resources. Pakistan needs to work very hard on both fronts. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Huma Bakai. Very quickly, obviously you raised many questions through your observations. India is larger than Modi, so how does Pakistan engage beyond the state? Then in terms of will India side with the US and play second fiddle to the US instead of going the China-Asian way and letting China lead the way in terms of economic development? Those are very interesting questions we'll discuss during the Q&A. Over to you, Dr. Richard Barnett. Dr. Richard Barnett has been a great Afghan scholar, as you all well know, and is currently a senior fellow at the Center on International Cooperation. Dr. Rubin has previously served as senior advisor to the Special Representative for Afghanistan in Pakistan in the US State Department, as well as Special Advisor to the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Afghanistan. Dr. Rubin has received a PhD from the University of Chicago. Over to you, Dr. Rubin. I'm trusting that you will keep your time honestly. I'm trusting you will keep your time honestly, since you have the timer.
I'm going to time myself, so I will be severe. Okay, well, what I'm going to give you is something that is, in a way, it's a conversation that I have with my wife on the kitchen table about our future and the future of the world. I just want to stipulate one thing in advance. I'm going to be very critical of the United States, and but I want to stipulate that any criticism I make of the United States does not imply the endorsement of the policies of any other state. It's simply because of the importance of the U.S. in the international order. Now, this is very consistent with things a lot of people had said, but I see really a major crisis coming in the international system, and it will come the way a character in Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises was asked, how did you become bankrupt? And he said, at first gradually and then suddenly. So that is how it's going to come. The international system since 1945 has been, roughly speaking, this is just an abstraction, but let's say for the sake of discussion, based on three things. One is the hegemony of a U.S. state which advocated and democracy, and which during that period increasingly practiced it at home because of the civil rights movement and so on. Now, that doesn't, I'm not claiming that the U.S. stood for democracy around the world or anything like that, but the fact that the leading country in the world was a democracy, or claimed to be a democracy, or set that as a standard, did affect a lot of the political discourse. I'll just recount you one incident. I was in Beijing once with a friend of mine who's a very senior official of the Chinese Communist Party, and we were driving in a car. This is during Trump, and we were talking about the decline of democracy in the United States during Trump. And I can't say how much this represents anyone else, but he said that, you know, we don't believe China can be a democracy. You know, we don't aspire to be like the United States. But the fact that a country like the United States, with the freedoms and so on that it has, gave us a kind of hope. And, you know, that was disappearing. Now, the thing is, that hope is very likely to disappear on a pretty permanent basis within the next 2 to 4 years. Second, the U.S. dollar as the stable reserve currency for the entire world. That had to do, came out of the U.S. domination of the world economy, which is now a thing of the past, or partly a thing of the past, becoming more of a thing of the past. And I will come to how the hegemony of the dollar is being undermined in many ways by the way that the U.S. is using the hegemony of the dollar for its specific political interests. And third, this is, I can't substantiate it, but I think we all of us in this room, except maybe there are some very young people here, but we all grew up at a time when it was kind of considered normal to have expectations that the future would be better than the past. After all, what do we call poor countries? We call them developing countries, you know. And I think pretty soon that will not be normal. The expectation is going to be that the future will be worse than the past. And that is largely because of global warming, but not just because of the direct effects, but because of all the effects, including the political ones, that Dr. Najm pointed out in his opening statement. So let me just say a little bit about those three things. One is, I don't know to what extent you follow this here, but the Republican Party in the United States is undermining our electoral institutions in order to institute a permanent minority rule by a white supremacist party. And it is possible that they're going to succeed. Okay, which means that the world's world's dominant, or one of the two world dominant powers, will be a white supremacist party with torn by white supremacist organization, white supremacist state, torn by a very lot of internal conflict. What that will mean for international relations is partly unclear, but it will mean a return to, and perhaps accentuation of, the radical nationalist foreign policy of Trump, and a rejection by the United States of international cooperation on the creation of public goods, including fighting climate change, trade agreements, human rights, arms control, peacemaking, and so on. And it will treat great power competition not as a challenge to be managed, but as a struggle to be won. Now, I'm not saying that all of these things were the opposite of that in the past. Of course they weren't. But I'm saying that this will be a much more pronounced effect. And particularly, given that China-U.S. cooperation is the core thing that you need to combat global warming, you absolutely will not get it if this type of regime change takes place in the United States. And we can expect climate change to get much, much worse, partly as a result of its political development. Hegemony of the dollar, well, we see already in the case of Afghanistan next door, that Afghanistan's assets, its central bank's assets, are held in mostly held in dollars by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Afghanistan is not the only country whose central bank assets are largely held in dollars inside the U.S. banking system. The clearance mechanism for many international transactions has to go through the United States. This is why the United States is able to impose unilateral sanctions on Iran, on Afghanistan, and elsewhere by simply using the power of its banking system and of the dollar against those that it designates as its enemies. Now that means, of course, what a hegemon does, as opposed to an empire or a dominant ruler, is a hegemon, according to Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci, a hegemon actually does produce some public goods. A hegemon uses control of a certain dominant form of power to legitimate that power by producing some public goods. But however, under Trump or similar to Trump administration, the United States will, and not that it has done this consistently anyway, but will be much less inclined to use its power to produce public goods. And eventually, you have seen how the sanctions on Iran, the additional sanctions on Iran by the Trump administration after it left the JCPOA, led to Europeans and others trying to create an alternative payment mechanism, which they have been unable to actually implement. But I'm sure that as this kind of thing increases, then the effort to create alternative payment mechanisms to go around the supremacy of the dollar, to find other places to keep your state assets, will increase. And I'm not sure that will effectively reassert sovereignty or assert sovereignty. It may cause a lot of chaos, but I think it is inevitable. It's an inevitable reaction to the politicization of the dollar hegemony by the United States. Finally, the expectation of the future. Certainly, we all notice the predominance of young people in the movement against climate change internationally, and they're feeling that we have ruined their future, which is accurate actually. But as Professor Najm said, it's not just the future. Let me say again a few words about Afghanistan. The crisis in Afghanistan is partly caused by climate change, because the lack of food and the spread of starvation in Afghanistan is due, of course, partly because of the freezing of the foreign assets, so it can't import food, partly because of the decades of war which made it food dependent, partly, and all those other things. But it's also due to the fact that there was a drought in Afghanistan this year, which destroyed 40% of the crop. And this drought is a result of some systematic trends. First of all, I'm sure you understand this. Here's how Afghanistan works. It has rain-fed, and it has irrigated agriculture, and then it has nomadism. Rain-fed, the water comes from the sky. Irrigation, you bring the water to the people. Nomads, you bring the livestock to the water by moving with the seasons. Now, where does the water come from? Two places. One is from the rain, which both freezes in the Hindu Kush and makes the glaciers, and also feeds rain-fed agriculture and the streams for irrigation. Now, El Nino, a meteorological phenomenon in the Indian Ocean, has grown in such a way that the moist air of the Indian Ocean is no longer coming up over Afghanistan and creating those kind of rains. And that is one of the reasons that you are getting such a severe drought. And El Nino is a phenomenon caused by climate change. I'm not a meteorologist, I can't explain it very well, but so that's part of it. Second, Afghanistan has already reached 2 degrees. That is, the average temperature in Afghanistan is now 2 degrees centigrade higher than it was in 1950, which means that the glaciers are melting, and they're melting rather rapidly. And the glaciers are the water storage of Afghanistan. So it means they're either getting the rain for rain-fed agriculture, the river for irrigation agriculture, the water for human consumption or for animal consumption. And therefore, it is inevitable that we will see large migrations as we are, I'm already over 10 minutes, as we are starting, we're most likely starting to see now. So I have some ideas about what might be done about this, but I'm not very optimistic that any of them will be implemented. But it is possible that we won't have this. This is a worst-case scenario, perhaps due to my lack of imagination. It's possible that this type of regime change will not take place in the United States, but it is a real possibility. And I think I've just given a little taste, I think, of the impact that it could have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Barnett Rubin. You were, I think you took less time than you were even allocated, but sadly you gave us all bad news. Thank you so much. You told us that within the US there's a possibility of a mirror image of Modi again. And you told us that, and that's very significant that actually globally what we are going to be witnessing, and I think we've seen the beginnings of that, that between China and the US, there's going to be a struggle essentially to establish their ways of running the global system. And China said it in so many words after the June summit that G7 summit in June, that don't expect that a small group of countries are going to determine how the world is going to be run. So all in all, and what you explained about Afghanistan is also pretty scary, that actually the drought scene is upon Afghanistan, and it promises to get worse unless some drastic measures aren't taken. But so we now move over to Dr. Hu Shishong, who I think is going to join us here. Organizers, is that correct? Okay. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Hu Shishong. Dr. Hu Shishong is currently Senior Research Fellow and Director of the Institute for South Asian Studies at the China Institute for Contemporary International Relations. He has previously served as a visiting scholar at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Dr. Hu received his PhD degree in international politics and relations with a focus in ethnic and religious issues from CCIR, China. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Hu Shishong. Over to you, please. Organizers, we can't hear.
So what's the problem? 这个应该是可以听的，你说这个这已经传过去了，这说明是在传。So my voice is not clear.
We can hear you very clearly now, Doctor.
Okay. Good. Sorry for the disruption. Sorry for not participate this important dialogue offline. Thanks for the invitation of IPRI, the Strategic Partnership of KICA, CICIR. My presentation focusing on the major topic, the economic inequalities and how to address it. Because that in our world, the economic inequalities are becoming more and more acute, which has led to various security and insecurity crises here and there. There are several reasons to it. The first reason, of course, is bad governance or impotent governance. Bad governance does not care about the economic inequalities, while impotent governance cannot take good care about economic inequalities. The second reason is that the lopsided and dysmorphic economic structure. There are also various reasons contribute to this. Here I just want to name one factor, that is the private sector's role. In many countries which have seen severe economic inequalities, the economy has been controlled by private sectors, with many private sectors are coming from the rich and developed countries. They build up their monopoly through huge and exclusive investment, through the rigid protection of intellectual property rights, and sometimes through the support from military forces behind. The private sectors just don't care about economic inequalities in the countries whose economies have been controlled by them. In fact, the private sectors are usually the rooted cause to the economic inequalities in many countries. The vivid example here is the United Fruit Company, supported by American military forces, has controlled nearly all the Central American countries through the monopolized plantation, production, and marketization of bananas. It is in this sense, so the Central American countries are also called banana countries, since that the private sector do not care about the economic inequalities in those banana countries. So those banana countries are suffering very much from the severe economic inequalities, and hence the political uncertainties, and hence the human insecurity issues. The third reason, the rich hoards everything, while the poor has no access or have much less access to developmental resources, with financial resources in particular. This is a kind of Matthew effect. That is to say, the richer, the more access to resources. The poorer, the less access to resources. For example, during the pandemic, the rich countries have borrowed and spent around $17 trillion at zero interests from various institutions in order to subsidize their economies, their citizens, while the poor countries have no access to such financial resources at low interests, let alone at zero interests. This is why the rich countries will recover at a much faster pace than the developing countries in the post-pandemic era. The fourth reason, the globalization. The globalization has already contributed a lot to the economic disparity, imbalance, inequality. I don't want to elaborate on this. I just want to name one well-known phenomenon. That is, as a result of globalization, there are now 3 outstanding industrial clusters in this world. That is the East Asian industrial cluster, Western European industrial cluster, and Northern American industrial cluster. The more important development is that the pandemic has even enhanced the positions of these industrial clusters by forcing these clusters to be much more integrated, to be much more irreplaceable by others, with their production chains, supply chains, innovation chains more streamlined and more engraved within the cluster. So of course, such development scenario will definitely create more economic inequality among regions. The fifth reason, technology advance. Technology advance has played a bigger and a bigger role in economic inequalities, especially the fourth industrial revolution is coming. Those countries who have more advanced AI, big data, 5G, 6G, quantum technologies will get much more developed than those who have not. Those left behind will be much more difficult to get developed. The pandemic has further enlarged the digital economic capacity gap. The economic inequalities will be much more active in the future. By the way, the economic structural transformation due to the carbon neutral emission commitment by various big economies will also bring new changes about the economic inequalities. There will be revolutionary changes in business, in industries. The dramatic restructuring of energy industries will bring more dramatic restructuring in all the other industries. Those who get ready for it will get much more developed than those not ready for it. So there will be new economic inequalities under the carbon neutral emission regime. The sixth reason, the COVID-19, has made the economic inequality much more worse and worrisome. On the one hand, the COVID-19, for example, has even produced more billionaires. There have been 2,755 billionaires in 2021, increased by 1/3 comparing to last year. The total assets valued at about $13 trillion. Another example is that the overall assets of billionaires in India has reached to nearly $600 billion. increased by 90%, 90, increased by 90% comparing to 2020. While on the other hand, according to the report of General Secretary of UN on April 21st this year, the pandemic has caused the most severe recession of global economy ever since 1990s, with about 120 million population plunged again into the extreme poverty, with about 255 million job opportunities lost. The seventh reason, the G7 clique or club is now more keen in launching new Cold War against China, against Russia. Every day they are busy with how to contain this, contain that, sanction this, sanction that. They are now the biggest contributors to the global economic inequalities. They are the biggest troublemakers in disturbing the international community's joint efforts in fighting against the economic inequalities. The last reason to is that the climate change, just not because Dr. Najim has already elaborated, I do not want to say more about it. Then, how to address the economic inequalities, how to assuage, like our major topic, the pains caused by the economic inequalities. Firstly, to build up good and capable governments, which should be people-oriented, development-oriented, delivery-oriented. Westernized democracy is not the panacea. In fact, the American-type democracy is usually a poison for the developing countries, especially for the underdeveloped economies to get developed. Only the political system which is committed to build up common prosperity for all the citizens is a good system. Without the people-oriented, development-oriented, delivery-oriented governments there will be no way in addressing economic inequalities with success. Secondly, to restart the business through vaccine assistance. There should be more vaccinated assistance provided freely by advanced or rich countries to poor countries, to enable them to control the pandemic first, and then to enable them to restart their business as soon as possible. Thirdly, there should be policies to encourage the rich people and the rich countries to do more contributions in addressing the economic inequalities. The richer, the bigger responsibilities. So to tax the rich. So to make the G7 and other rich economies to contribute more. Lip services don't work here. Here is some examples for them to do. For the big guys, the rich guys to do. To reduce or delay the payback, or simply just to cancel the heavy debts of the poor countries. To provide more public goods. The rich economies and the big economies should supply more public goods. Better, of course, under the UN framework, like building up emergency materials reservation system, like the national food system passports, something like China and South Asia's emergency supplies reservation just build up. And also something like the poverty reduction and developmental cooperation institutions. That is to help the weak countries in tackling the acute economic inequalities. And also more access to their markets. The developed ones, the big economies, can also open as wide as possible to those markets, of the poor countries, to their goods, to their services at nearly free. Duties. The most important matter, of course, is to make the poor countries, weak economies, more accessible to financial resources at zero interests. Fourthly, the major powers should not waste their resources in launching new Cold War and in lubricating their war machines. They should sit down together to take more collective responsibilities in helping those weak economies to develop their various capacities with production capacity, transportation capacity, marketization capacity, digitalization capacity in particular. That is to say that to address the capacity inequalities, only when a country gets developed, then its people, its citizens will be more likely to get developed equally. In this regard, BRI, initiated by China, has been playing the right role. And now we have the US initiative, Build Back Better World, with US commitment publicly. They would like to input $40 trillion US. And also now we have the European ones, Global Gateway, also with European commitment to input 300 billion euro. They are wonderful initiatives. If they can coordinate with each, in addressing the above mentioned capacity inequalities, they will make a great contributions in fighting against economic inequalities. Therefore, these initiatives should not be politicalized, should not enter into vicious competition, should not replace each other. They're just like Professor Adil Manik mentioned, should avoid connectivity conflicts, like what the US and the EU governments are doing. These three ground initiatives can really be complementary with each other in the form of PPP, that is a public-private partnership. China's public sectors, hand in hand with the Western private sectors, together make a great change. Remember, only the private sectors cannot be trusted. Only the private sectors cannot be depended upon, since they will not care about that much the economic inequalities. Generally, the private sectors are much more greedy, much more selfish than the public sectors. Finally, 6, cultivate and promote the financial environment for micro, small, medium enterprises. Help them to acquire funding, knowledge at a reasonable cost, at an affordable cost. An economy with much advanced and much extensive micro, small, and medium enterprises networks will be free of economic inequalities. I'll just stop here. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shi. You very eloquently spoke about, as you saw, the world today and the problems that exist, and you basically suggested that the Western countries, the way they function, they're more into a competitive mode of operating globally in the economic arena, and that what the world needs is more equality, more transfer of resources from the rich to the poor, but we are seeing a reverse. You talked about how this got illustrated during the pandemic, and you said that you spoke of a new Cold War that's on the horizon, and there's more competition than cooperation. You talked about how the Western world's private sector was merely and totally interested in profit making and not caring about those who are the dispossessed. Thank you very much. We actually are running behind time, but I still want to, instead of asking a question, I'll just go to the audience and get a few questions very quickly. If I may, Brigadier Saab, and I'll give up my right to ask questions. Anybody? Yeah. Ji, aap, at the back. Aap, ji. Ab I don't know how else to describe you. Aapki daadi hai, ji, aap. Ji, bhaiya. I don't know how else.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Daud Khan and I belong to Balochistan. I am a final year engineering student. I found one thing missing in Dr. Adil's slides. I think it was just because of time limit. That is the alarming water crisis in Balochistan. If I talk about my hometown, the groundwater table is below 1,000 feet already. And currently the government and all the politicians, they are still busy in digging the wells using solar system. So what we as students and as individuals should adopt some mitigating and adapting techniques to curb these problems, apart from all those general precautionary measures that we already know. How can we contribute? Thank you.
भाई बहुत शुक्रिया, आपका सवाल समझ आ गया.
Hello. So my question is to Professor Huma Bukai. You mentioned something interesting, and by the way, my name is Javera Kulsum Atif. I'm a recent graduate, just did my bachelor's in social sciences and my major was international relations. So you mentioned something interesting because also I came across it in my thesis on Pakistan-Russia relations. You mentioned the term pan-Eurasian zipper. Now that's a fancy word, but my question is, do we as a country hold the capacity to fulfill the responsibility that comes along with that particular phrase? And if so, in how much time? And also, being a pan-Eurasian zipper then means having that sort of grit, you know, on the connectivity, on geopolitics, on geoeconomics, and I frankly do not see it. And even as I stand here in this dialogue, I don't see Pakistan being mentioned more than US or China. It should have been a more Pakistani dominated. Where is the Pakistani perspective? So far, I've only heard, and this is perhaps a question to perhaps all of my panelists, but more so the Pakistani people sitting up there, that where is the Pakistani dialogue in this? I want to hear more Pakistan than I want to hear about China or US. So if you mention the pan-Eurasian aspect, I would like to know, you know, are we capable of fulfilling it? Thank you so much. Yes. I also came across it myself during my research, so I would like to know your opinion.
You got the question. Last question, anybody? G.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Ishaq Ahmed. I'm a director with Pak-Afghan Cooperation Forum. My question is to Dr. Rubin. Taking lead from Dr. Bakai, that we are more worried about Afghanistan rather than floods, which initially was mentioned. And you said that the problem in Afghanistan is probably the climate change and the famine, or not the famine, I would say, the bad season of crop. But the actual problem in Afghanistan is not this. The actual problem is that they are starving, looking for food, medicine, and shelter. And this has been created because of the global dominance phenomena of United States with Russia or China, if you count it. Now, coming to my question is that now that we know, just last line, now that we know that Afghanistan is starving, why the United States has still barred them from doing any economic activity? Thank you.
Dr. Adil Najam, please, we can start with you.
To both the question on Balochistan, you're right. That's not the only thing I missed. I missed lots of things. The impacts are great. But you're right. Water in Balochistan is one of those. But I'll link it to the question that was asked by the young lady right after you. I think that's your role now, right? I mean, I see a lot of young people here. We have to create, you have to create a Pakistani literature on these things, right? So we are responding to what were the big issues at our time, and new literatures have to be created on these links, and that will only come from you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mabukai.
Zipper state, and it is emerging more and more in Russian literature and Chinese literature. There is, of course, no mention of it in Western literature, for good reason. You're probably doing a research on it. And this is not a term that we've pitched. It's exactly the way the Bajwa doctrine was not pitched by us, it was pitched by the Rusi Foundation in UK. Why I think that zipper state concept is going to function is because I think it is going to be a synergy with the 21st century regional paradigm, for which the pitch is not from Pakistan, the pitch is from China. Was Pakistan missing from the narrative here or the discussion here? Because the topic was big power rivalry. But the theater is South Asia. And the protagonist, of course, one of the protagonists, of course, is Pakistan. So Pakistan is not missing. And there's just one more sentence, there's paucity of time. You see, it is not by default that Pakistan was a frontline state in conflict and Pakistan is a frontline state in the economic initiative of China. It is the function of our geography.
Briefly, Dr. Samina, very brief comment if you want, concluding comment.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to answer your question. I think it is the responsibility of Pakistanis, as Adil had said, but I think it's also responsibility of every Pakistani, whether old or young or very young, to learn to speak their own language. So I'm really glad that Prime Minister Imran Khan spoke in Urdu, and I know the logic why we have to have this discussion in English. But at the moment, when Pakistani youth, including even 3 or 4 years old, when they learn to write Romanized Urdu, they're disconnecting from the country that they live in. So if you want to have a Pakistani discourse, Pakistani position, focus in that area.
Dr. Willie, brief comment.
You raised initially about my comment on Pakistan being a landlocked country. It was more a conceptual way to understand our trade policy stance, that we have huge opportunities for market access, but we still operate like a landlocked state. And the other question about Pakistan, I think, is a very important question, and Adil has responded rightly. I would say that my humble contribution to this debate was to emphasize elite failure and the two-level game between our elites and their foreign patrons. And a lot of other ideas that I introduced are very much in line with thinking about the Pakistani interest from a Pakistani lens. What I spoke would not be popular in Oxford, would not be popular in a news channel, but I spoke as a Pakistani.
Thank you. I don't think anybody needs to give an explanation. You all spoke very well. And I mean, that's an opinion, which is fine, and they have a perspective up. Okay, Bani.
Well, just, I'm not, you must have misunderstood what I was saying, because the reason I brought up the Afghan famine was to talk about the misuse of the U.S.'s control over the reserves. But however, the drought is something that predated the imposition of those sanctions, and is one of the causes. You know, you can have more than one problem at the same time. And even if when those sanctions are lifted, Afghanistan is still going to be facing severe water shortage and drought because of the effects of climate change. As far as why is the United States doing that, I'm not sure if you're asking me to explain it or to justify it. I can explain it. The explanation is political. I cannot justify it. I'll just quote from myself an article that I published recently, which was that the last thing that the United States military did on its way out of Afghanistan was to conduct a so-called counterterrorism strike that killed 10 innocent people. And now it's carrying out a sanctions regime, which is an attack on the entire nation of Afghanistan, 38 million innocent people.
Thank you, Dr. Bani. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts here. Just a few points as we conclude. Just a few points as we conclude the session. I think given what the topic was, very clearly there is a consensus here that there is a context in which we are now functioning, which is a Cold War context, and I think Professor Barnett Rubin put it very well. That's really what the broader context is, which is the competition between the US and the China. Now, who's right and wrong is not the issue, but we saw that at the beginning of June at the G7 summit, when President Biden very clearly stated that one of our main competitors, rival, is China. He spoke about Russia, but more specifically China, and that's where they introduced the B3, Build Back Better World, which was really an answer to One Belt, One Road project. And beyond that, we've seen the summit, etc., the democracy summit. So as we were discussing earlier, there is an ideological perspective to all of this, but it does obviously unfold in very concrete sense for a country like Pakistan. And so finally, in terms of Pakistan, when we are sitting in the middle of this unfolding Cold War, what does it mean for us? Do we, on the one hand, absolutely we make our own choices, and people who talk about Pakistan as a country which is going to, and I can tell you that in Islamabad, a lot of Western ambassadors have asked me personally, so which country is Pakistan going to go towards China or towards the United States? So a lot of the talk earlier in the morning was academic, because in real terms, this is a question they asked. They asked this question because Pakistan sits in a space where obviously if the objective is encirclement of China, then whether it is Pakistan, whether it is Afghanistan, or whether it's Kashmir, these are regions which are very critical for the United States, and hence these questions. I think anybody who asks a question like this is ahistorical, because Pakistan, in the most difficult of times, in the 50s, when the country was just born and, we had war upon us, even then Pakistan made sure that it didn't join any camps. And although now, 70 years later, we have an architecture of relationship with China. So anybody, anywhere in this country who talks about balancing is very naive, because you don't balance when, there's a friend who comes in and out, and, friendships and animosity blows hot and blows cold, and with another friend, you have a whole architecture of relationship, which does not mean that Pakistan should be listening to the friend with whom you've got an architecture of relationship. Ultimately, you have to work in terms of what is in your own interest. You have to make your choices, and as somebody from the panel said earlier on, do you have the sovereign space? Do you have the sovereign space on the economic front to make those choices? It's good to say that economy, yeah, we can manage with economy, but as we see with the elite capture in this country, we are not managing with economy. I mean, inflation is going to hit sky high in the coming months. So there are things that Pakistanis need to do within Pakistan, and this doesn't crisscross, or there's no overlap in terms of what the global competition is about. Within Pakistan, whether you look at the tax system, whether you look at wise policy making, whether you look at dealing with the problem in Balochistan, or with what is happening in Sindh, what is happening in Thar, there are choices that we need to make ourselves. The Cold War rivalry doesn't make us impotent at home. We really still can make choices and move forward in a direction which is in Pakistan's interest. On the other hand, I think this the young student researcher who talked about the Pakistan story, yes indeed, there is the Pakistan story that needs to be told, but remember, stories can't be based on fiction. So when we do something correctly, when we make the right policy, then your story internally will be the right story. And as far as Pakistan and US is concerned, quite apart from the Cold War, I would only submit here that I think since Pakistan was created, US State Department and others decided to give India the Monroe Doctrine role, that India was going to be the hegemon of the region. And I think that's the struggle between US and Pakistan endlessly, because Afghanistan they saw through Indian eyes, Kashmir they see through Indian eyes, Pakistan's security interests they see through Indian eyes, and I think there United States has to kind of understand that itself, United States has set some goals for itself where it sees India as its primary strategic ally. So it's not an easy situation for Pakistan. Pakistan has opened itself westwards, and I don't think we are in any confusion in terms of connectivity, and I think efforts have been made and things are happening, but the battles we fight within Pakistan, the political battles, I wish there was less of that fighting within, and Pakistan needs to really have a charter of economy that agrees, all the parties come to a consensus, but meanwhile, we certainly will continue to face the challenge of the Cold War emerging, and we know very well that whether it's been at the IFI's level, there has been pressure on Pakistan. On CPEC, there has been pressure on Pakistan. And on India, there has been pressure on Pakistan. I think some of the morning talk was a bit academic, because in reality, we've got our foreign ministry officials who've been icons in their own time, sitting right in the front rows, and they'll tell you, and in the second row, they will tell you that Pakistan has had to face pressure, but which nation doesn't? I mean, you don't bow out, you don't cow down, and the fact is that on Dr. Adil, you talked about, sitting with the US and talking about the pipeline. I think that Pakistani diplomats have done that continuously, and it's not something that Pakistan hasn't tried. It's a difficult balancing act, and I would submit when there is a country like India, which the internet, where your major player, which is the US, allies with it lock, stock and barrel, and it's good luck to them. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying those are the realities we have to work with, which means that within our own country we need to be more alert, more clear of the choices that we make, and more responsible, and stop the fighting within that continues at this point. Thank you.
I just want to add one note. We talked a lot about conflict between China and the United States, but actually I just now received by WeChat a bunch of pictures of myself talking from my very good friend Hu Shisheng and his deputy Wang Shida. So we have channels open and we're working on it.
Thank you so much. How about a round of applause for our Scholars Forum? I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we have to conclude this session, move towards our closing session. But before that, to formally close it, it is the time for presentation of mementos. If I could request the audience to please remain seated as our chief guest for Chaudhry Fawad Hussain is about to arrive. I would kindly like to request the chairman of our Board of Governors at IPRI, Ambassador Inamul Haq, to please present the mementos to our distinguished panel.
This is mine.
They're right there, sir. Ambassador Nam, if you could, I could please request you to present a memento to our keynote speaker, Dr. Adil Najm. Ma'am, okay. Memento. If I could now please request Ambassador Nam to present a memento to our session moderator, Ms. Naseem Zahra. To Dr. Huma Bakai, please. To Dr. Samina Yasmin, please. To Dr. Adil Malik, please. And last but not least, to Dr. Barnett Rubin, please. If the speakers and the panelists and Ambassador Nam, if you please stay for a group photograph on the stage. Thank you so much. This brings the Scholars Forum to a close. We will now transition to the conclusion, the concluding session of the Margalla Dialogue. If I could please request everyone please remain seated as our chief guest is right now about to arrive. There are refreshments on the sides though. But please remain seated. Thank you. If I could kindly ask you to please settle down. Thank you so much. Our Margalla Dialogue Conference is coming to a close. On behalf of the Islamabad Policy Research Institute, I would like to thank all of our distinguished guests and participants for taking their time out of their busy schedules to be with us here and making this Margalla Dialogue a more colorful one. In this closing ceremony, I'd now like to invite Acting President IPRI, Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua, to please offer his vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister of Information, Chaudhry Fawad, distinguished panelists, distinguished visitors, we come to the close of this marathon 2 days session, and as they say, when the hurly burly is done and the battle's lost and won, the most difficult operation in the military parlance is to come and mop up. So I'll give a quick recap of the takeaways. And as we all know that we started with the CEO's forum, the first takeaway was that Pakistan's trade deficit and growth were interlinked, and performance improvement is required in policy reforms, a strong regulatory infrastructure that is facilitative, improvement in labor productivity, use of technology, and a collaboration between defense-related industry and commercial applications. Next, there's a great promise for IT and communication revolution, but for lack of infrastructure like backbone in most areas, these problems need to be addressed. Innovation is the key to gain competitive advantage, especially in IT industry. Window of opportunity for benefiting from global semiconductor manufacturing industry that currently stands at $600 billion. Pakistan must have a national policy to leverage that advantage. Our IT that is generating 300 million per annum presently can earn billions by focusing on blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, data science, and e-commerce. There's a need for climate technology projects to prevent as well as adapt to climate changes. Some of the important emerging technologies which are emerging are the smart agriculture technologies for optimum harvest, tertiary batteries that work on principle of temperature differences, communications with animals, the most interesting part, the digital immigrants that are making the policies for the digital natives, that's a dilemma that needs to be resolved. Regulation and policies need to be facilitative, especially from the government institutes. Now, the second forum was Commanders Forum. That concluded technologies like AI, robotization, big data, probiotics, nanotechnology. They are making warfare more lethal and more complicated and autonomous of human will. Now, since warfare is getting into the hands of machines, employment of autonomous weapon systems need to be regulated by new laws of warfare framed through consensus amongst nations. For that, we need our international lawyers to be front and center. Winning or losing future wars would be more in the domain of electromagnetic spectrum as compared to physical realm. Other than military forces, the socio-political order of a target state would be the main target in gray zone warfare of future, especially amongst the nuclear adversaries. Technology will shorten what they call the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act, and the decision-making time in future battles is getting shorter, giving clearer advantage to an adversary with superior technology, even in nuclear domain. That makes it a very dangerous undertaking. Since lethality and autonomous nature of modern weaponry makes future wars prone to nuclear showdown, there's a need to devise ways and means to manage the big power confrontation below the armed conflict level. In digital age of warfare, the humanists instead of technologists need to be in control of the warfare. The second and third order effects of warfare, like a propensity to lower thresholds of warfare, make warfare more likely. Since gray zone and hybrid warfare require a whole of the nation approach, we need expertise by experts in all the domains, like economy, like sociology, like lawfare, to create an expert advisory group, even for crafting a military strategy. The future military commanders need to be so trained and educated to be able to look beyond the fog of war in an area of information deluge. The penultimate forum, that was the Diplomats Forum, concluded that diplomacy should be the preferred means to resolve conflicts rather than the military power. Plurilateralism is receding and bipolarism is rising, with the United States and its allies clearly arrayed against China and its allies. A new era of geoeconomics is emerging, wherein hard power would follow soft power. The biggest foreign policy challenge in contemporary era is to avoid bloc politics. The last forum, Scholars Forum. The national security depends more on human security due to emerging climate changes that are a threat to environment. We need to move from a reactive to a preventative approach, need to move from developments, seeing developments as problems, to developments as solutions. We also need to move from national cost to global benefit approach. Regional security architectures impact security of Pakistan and hence need to be carefully treated through engagement with their proponents. Geoeconomics and connectivity, they are vulnerable to clash of connectivities, hence political bottlenecks need to be removed. Connectivity and specialized economy is necessary to break out of violence trap. Vested interest-based nexus between foreign and domestic elites need to be severed to prevent elite capture of the economy. Inclusive model of development at international level required. Now, with all that talk of gray zone warfare, asymmetric warfare, inclusive development, what we lose sight of frequently is the element of rationality. So all these development, all this security, all these climate change mitigation paradigms, they are dependent upon rationality. And we know the nuclear theorists like Bernard Brodie, Herman Kahn, Lawrence Ziring, they come and they tell us that the cost-benefit equations determines the nuclear deterrence, and that's how the entire literature of nuclear strategy was evolved. But now we have in our neighborhood the specter of danger that is raising its head is a policy driven by xenophobia, misanthropy, and a visceral hatred of minorities that defies logic and rationality. And that ideology is in control of the nuclear weapons. So see how difficult a challenge mankind is faced with in the form of that irrationality. And in order to engage with that irrationality, we need to understand its nature, its ontology, and its character. This viscerally hateful creed that is Hindutva needs to be studied, not only by academics, not only by our students, but also by our policy makers. Islamabad Policy Research Institute, sir, has made an humble attempt to write a book based upon well-researched insights on Hindutva and its dangers to the regional security. So we would like that book to be launched by you, and after that we will invite you for your very illuminative discourse to wrap up this Margalla Dialogue.
डॉक्टर साहब अस्सलाम वालेकुम। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। सबसे पहले तो मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि IPRI हैज़ नाउ इवॉल्व्ड इटसेल्फ, और डॉक्टर मोईद यूसुफ से यही एक उम्मीद थी कि जब भी वो इस तरह के कोई इदारे को लेंगे तो वो आगे जाएगा, तो ये बड़ा इम्पॉर्टेंट है हमारे पास। मैं जब वाशिंगटन जाता हूँ तो हमेशा बड़ा इम्प्रेस होता हूँ, बड़ा उनका थिंक टैंक का एक ज़बरदस्त किस्म का नेटवर्क है, और जब भी वहाँ पे आप जाते हैं तो बड़ा एक लगता है कि बड़ा ज़बरदस्त काम हो रहा है। तो हमें हमेशा यहाँ पे इस्लामाबाद में इसकी बड़ी सख्त ज़रूरत थी, और लिखना पढ़ना वैसे भी एक बोरिंग काम है, और उसके लिए बड़े जो है वो एक हमें सीरियस लोग चाहिए जो ये काम कर सकें। मेरा आज जब मेरी बात हो रही थी मोहित से, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं थोड़ा सा बात करूं कि हमें थोड़ी सारी हिस्ट्री है दुनिया की, उसमें अब जो बयानिया है या नैरेटिव है वो एक बहुत ही अहम शक्ल इख्तियार कर गया है। हमारा प्रॉब्लम यह है कि एक तो हमें कहानी बनाना नहीं आती और फिर कहानी सुनाना नहीं आती। ये इसकी जो बुनियाद है वो अब बहुत ही अहम है कि एंड स्पेशली जो मेरा ऑफिस है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन का, कुछ अर्सा पहले ये लग रहा था, मैं अपने इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर से बात कर रहा था कि कुछ अर्सा पहले तो ये लग रहा था कि ये बड़ा एक यूज़लेस किस्म का बन गया है इदारा, और एक्चुअली जो हमारे CSP के जो दूसरे ऑफिसर्स हैं, DMG का ग्रुप है या पुलिस का ग्रुप है, वो बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट हो गए हैं और इंफॉर्मेशन वाले इतने इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं रहे। बट सडनली विद दिस ह्यूज आउटब्रेक ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी जो हमने देखा, जो कि अमेरिका की 3-4 यूनिवर्सिटियों ने ही एक इतनी बड़ी गेम खड़ी कर दी कि यूँ लग रहा है कि अब एक्चुअली इंफॉर्मेशन ही ड्रॉ कर रही है बाकी तमाम चीज़ों को। और उसकी एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग हिस्ट्री है जब मैं सोचता हूँ। देखिए, पहले जब वाइकिंग्स हुआ करते थे, वाइकिंग्स में जो मोरालिटी ऑफ वॉर थी वो भी बड़ी डिफरेंट थी। जाते थे जहाँ पे पता चलता था यहाँ पे पैसे हैं, वाइकिंग्स वहाँ पे जाते थे, लूट मार के आ जाते थे। यही हमारे साथ भी यहाँ हिंदुस्तान में भी यही होता था। नादिर शाह को पता चला ईरान से हिंदुस्तान में बहुत पैसे हैं, वो आया, उसने यहाँ लोगों के कुश्तों के पुश्ते लगा दिए। हज़ारों लोग लाहौर में जो है वो जान से गए, दिल्ली में लोगों की खूनों की नदियाँ बह गईं। वो आए, उन्होंने पैसे लूटे और चले गए। और यही बाकी भी जो बहुत सारे मामलात हमारे होते रहे वो भी यही रहा, क्योंकि मोरालिटी जो थी वॉर की वो यही थी कि ये लूट मार करेंगे और चले जाएंगे, और इसको एक्चुअली कोई बुरा नहीं समझा जाता था। बट सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद ये चीज़ें जो हैं वो बहुत तब्दील होना शुरू हो गई। इससे पहले भी, सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर से पहले भी, जब हमने देखा कि जब ट्रीटी ऑफ ये वेस्टफेलिया हुआ और उसके बाद ये नेशन स्टेट का तस्वुर जब उभरना शुरू हुआ, तो उसके बाद हमारी वॉर मोरालिटी चेंज होगी। वॉर मोरालिटी में क्या आ गया कि अगर फॉर एग्जांपल अभी मैं रीसेंट एग्जांपल आपको दूं कि इन ट्रेडिशनल सेंस अफ़गानिस्तान को तो अमेरिका ने 3 घंटों में फ़तह कर लिया था। अमेरिकन एयरफोर्स आई, उन्होंने तालिबान, वो तो सारे मोटरसाइकिल के ऊपर भाग गए थे, तोरा बोरा के जंगलों में चले गए थे, कुछ लोग पाकिस्तान आ गए थे, काबुल छोड़ के भाग गए थे। ट्रेडिशनल सेंस में तो वॉर अमेरिका ने 3 घंटे में जीत ली थी। लेकिन अब तक क्या हुआ, हमने कहा कि नहीं, देखें अमेरिका क्या नहीं कर सका, अमेरिका रिप्लेसमेंट डिलीवर नहीं कर सका। तो जब आप एक मुस्तहकम सियासी निज़ाम रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाए तो वो आ गया कि नहीं, क्योंकि मोरालिटी चेंज होगी। अब आबादी जो पॉपुलेशन है वो आपके गले पड़ जाती है। तो उसकी वजह से अगर आप देखें तो 1950 की दहाई के बाद एक भी दुनिया में एनेक्सेशन नहीं हुई। एक ही हुई थी, कुवैत के ऊपर इराक़ ने कब्ज़ा किया, उसे अपना हिस्सा डिक्लेयर किया, लेकिन फिर इराक़ को वहाँ से वापस जाना पड़ा, क्योंकि जो मोरालिटी थी दुनिया की, वो जो फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर और फिर सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद स्पेशली जो इंटरनेशनल लॉ डेवलप हुआ, उसमें जो मोरालिटी थी वॉर की वो चेंज हो गई। और मुल्कों को अब ख्याल करना पड़ता है कि हम जब करेंगे तो इसको जज कैसे किया जाएगा। और ये बड़ी तेज़ी से इंटरनेशनल लॉ जो है वो आगे डेवलप होना शुरू हो गया। हमारे यहाँ पाकिस्तान के अंदर भी अगर आप देखें तो ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी जब आई थी तो उसको वो इसी ख्याल में आए थे, यहाँ पे स्पाइसेस हैं, हिंदुस्तान बहुत अमीर था, हिंदुस्तान बहुत अमीर था, वो आए, उन्होंने लूट मार की। लेकिन सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद उन्हें जाना पड़ा, और उसमें ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा था जिसमें उनको जाना पड़ा। अब हमारे यहाँ जब पाकिस्तान बन गया तो उसके बाद जो हमारी एक कन्फ्यूजन जिसको हम दूर नहीं कर पाए, जो मेरा ये ख्याल है कि हमारी एक इनहेरेंट कन्फ्यूजन एक हमारी रह गई कि जो पाकिस्तान हमने बनाया है इस्लाम के नाम के ऊपर बनाया है, तो फिर आखिर हमारी नेशन स्टेट कहाँ पे होगी? क्योंकि एक तरफ तो हम नेशन स्टेट हैं, दूसरी तरफ हम इस्लामिक स्टेट हैं। तो लोग पूछते हैं कि हम मुसलमान पहले हैं या पाकिस्तानी पहले हैं, और अगर मुसलमान पहले हैं तो फिर जो हमारे यहाँ अक़लियतें हैं उनका क्या स्टेट है? इसमें बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट था कि पाकिस्तान में हम तय करते हैं कि हमारा आखिर ओरिजिन का आखिर हम सियासी तौर पे खड़े कहाँ हैं। और उसकी एक बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट ये हो गया, कायद-ए-आज़म मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना जो एक ही शख्सियत है जो ये चीज़ एक्सप्लेन कर सकते थे, जिनकी ये कुदरत थी, जिनकी ये ताकत थी कि वो हमें इस कन्फ्यूजन से निकाल सकते, उनका बड़ी जल्दी इंतकाल हो गया। लेकिन 11 अगस्त 1947 को एक्चुअली जिन्ना साहब ने ये फंडामेंटल्स ले डाउन कर दिए थे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असम्बली के सामने। और कायद-ए-आज़म मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने ये कहा था कि देखिए, हम लोग जो पाकिस्तान हमने बनाया है ये पॉलिटिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन है इस्लाम की, हम रिलीजियस इंटरप्रिटेशन नहीं कर रहे। और उसकी वजह है, अगर पाकिस्तान एक मजहबी मुल्क के तौर के ऊपर उभरना था तो फिर कायद-ए-आज़म और अल्लामा इकबाल पाकिस्तान के बानी नहीं हो सकते थे, फिर मौलाना मौदूदी और अबुल कलाम आज़ाद पाकिस्तान के बानी होते। क्योंकि जो हिंदुस्तान की जो मजहबी लीडरशिप थी वो अबुल कलाम आज़ाद और मौलाना मौदूदी जैसे लोग थे जो बहुत जय्यद आलम थे। लेकिन उन्होंने क्या कहा, उन्होंने कहा कि इस्लाम में तो रियासत का तसव्वुर ही नहीं है, तो इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि हम इसकी सपोर्ट ही नहीं करते। और इसीलिए जो तमाम जय्यद उस वक़्त के मजहबी चाहे जो जमीयत उलमा इस्लाम थी, चाहे वो खाकसार थे, चाहे वो मौलाना अबुल कलाम आज़ाद थे, वो तो पाकिस्तान बनने के ख़िलाफ़ थे। लेकिन अल्लामा इकबाल ने जो बात कही थी वो क्या कही थी, वो ये कहा था कि नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया, शुमाल मगरबी जो हिंदुस्तान है, उसके अंदर हम एक पॉलिटिकल एंटिटी क्रिएट करेंगे जो मुसलमानों की अक्सरियत के ऊपर होगी। और क्यों कहा था, क्योंकि मुसलमानों का वही हाल उस वक़्त हिंदुस्तान में वो देख रहे थे जो अब बीजेपी के अंदर मुसलमानों का है। और हमने एक पॉलिटिकल नेशन स्टेट क्रिएट की बिकॉज ऑफ दैट पॉलिटिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन जो अल्लामा इकबाल ने बयान की और जिसको कायद-ए-आज़म मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने 1940 में करारदाद पाकिस्तान हमने बनाई। सो पाकिस्तान इज़ एसेंशियली अ नेशन स्टेट। हम लोग रिलीजियस स्टेट नहीं हैं, एज ए नेशन स्टेट हैं, जिसकी इंटरप्रिटेशन जो है वो अल्लामा इकबाल और कायद-ए-आज़म मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने जो है वो की। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम अपनी कौम को ये कहानी नहीं बता सके, ये नैरेटिव भी हम जो है वो अपना उनको नहीं बता सके, जिसके नतीजे में एक इनहेरेंट कन्फ्यूजन हो गई। उसके बाद आगे चलिए, जब हमने जो थ्योरी थी हमारी, जो हमने जिसके ऊपर अपनी बुनियाद खड़ी करनी थी, जब वो कंफ्यूज हो गई तो फिर अगली सारी चीज़ें जो हैं वो हमारी कंफ्यूज हो गई। अब उसके बाद हमने ऑपरेशनल सतह के ऊपर भी बहुत बड़ी गलतियां की। मसलन 16 दिसंबर आ रहा है, सकूत ढाका हुआ, लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि जब ये ऑपरेशन शुरू हुआ, पहला काम पाकिस्तान में हमने क्या किया, हमने सारे फॉरेन कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट्स को ढाका से निकाल दिया। और हम ये उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि हिंदुस्तान में बैठ के फॉरेन कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट्स एक्चुअली हमारी स्टोरी जो है वो बयान करेंगे। जाहिर है ऐसा मुमकिन नहीं था। लिहाजा अभी जो भी इंडिपेंडेंट नैरेटिव अभी हमारे पास 16 दिसंबर का आता है वो बुनियादी तौर के ऊपर हिंदुस्तान की तरफ से आता है। हमारा अपना इंडिपेंडेंट नैरेटिव जो हमने उस वक़्त लोगों को वहाँ रखते, वो हमारी कहानी बता सकते, वो बताते कि इधर क्या जुल्म हुए, उस वक़्त माहौल क्या था, क्यों ये सब कुछ हुआ। हमारे पास वो लोग ही नहीं थे, हमने उनको जो है वो बाहर कर दिया। उसके बाद 80 की दहाई में अफ़गानिस्तान हुआ, और अफ़गानिस्तान में आप देखिए कि जो नैरेटिव्स बनाते हैं या बयानियाँ बनाते हैं, मतलब अमेरिका जैसी सुपर पावर क्या कह रही थी, वो इस्लाम की सरबुलंदी के लिए अफ़गानिस्तान में जहाद कर रही थी। उनके सेनेटर की आपने वो देखी होगी व्हाट्सएप क्लिप, जब वो नीचे उतरते हैं जहाज़ से और अफ़गान मुजाहिदीन को बताते हैं कि द कंट्री देयर बिलोंग्स टू यू एंड इंशाल्लाह यू विल कॉन्कर दैट कंट्री। और उसके बाद सारी जो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ नेब्रास्का ने और उन्होंने पूरा एक नैरेटिव यहाँ पे क्रिएट किया, जहाँ पे हमारे मदारस के अंदर और पूरी जगह के ऊपर जो हमारे स्कूल्स थे वो क्रिएट किए। 900 स्कूल था, 900 मदरसा था हमारा 1971 के बाद 1974-75 में जो पहला हमारा मदरसों का सेंसस हुआ, उसमें 900 मदरसा था पूरे पाकिस्तान में। जब अफ़गान वॉर ख़त्म हुई तो हमारे यहाँ अब तकरीबन 30-35 हज़ार मदरसा था, अब भी 26 हज़ार मदरसा जो है वो अब भी है, और अब भी रोज़ाना जो है वो बढ़ रहा है। सो आप देखिए नैरेटिव्स होते हैं जो कि आपको मॉडर्न वॉरफेयर में प्लेस करते हैं कि आपने कहाँ प्लेस होना है। अब उसके बाद जब 80s में हमने अपना ये नैरेटिव बनाया तो उसके साथ हमने जो इसको एग्ज़िट प्लान करना था वो एग्ज़िट प्लान हमने बनाया ही नहीं, और उसके नतीजे में हम एक बहुत ही ऐसे बयानिए का शिकार हैं जिसमें हमें समझ नहीं आ रहा कि आखिर हम आगे जा रहे हैं या पीछे जा रहे हैं। हमने अपनी फिल्म तबाह कर ली। 70s के अंदर पाकिस्तान जो 69 तक पाकिस्तान दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा फिल्म मेकर था और पाकिस्तान का दूसरा सबसे बड़े ज़्यादा सिनेमाज जो दुनिया में थे वो पाकिस्तान में थे, और 2005 में हम ज़ीरो पे आ गए। हम एक भी फिल्म नहीं बना रहे। इस साल भी हमने शायद 1 या 2 फिल्में बनाई। तो आप डिक्लाइन देखिए कि किस तरह से हमने अपनी कहानी का, अपने नैरेटिव का, अपने बयानिए का हमने पूरा बंदोबस्त किया कि हमारा डिक्लाइन, क्योंकि आप कहानी कैसे सुनाएंगे अगर आपकी फिल्म ही नहीं है, अगर आपका टीवी ड्रामा ही नहीं है, अगर आपका म्यूज़िक ही नहीं है, अगर आपका कल्चर ही नहीं है, तो आप कहानी कैसे और किसको सुनाएंगे? बाकी कहानियाँ तो बोरिंग होती हैं, बाकी तो सिर्फ तकरीरें रह जाती हैं। तकरीरें तो आमतौर पे आम आदमी तो नहीं सुनता, बोरिंग होती है। तो इसलिए हमने क्या किया कि हमने अपने हर मीडियम को नुकसान पहुंचाया और हमने पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो हमारी तमाम जो इदारे, जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो हमारी कहानी सुना सकते थे, हमने उनको कमज़ोर कर दिया। उसके बाद आकर के जो हमारा फॉर्मल इदारे थे, चाहे वो हमारे थिंक टैंक्स हों, उसके बाद हमारे आप देखिए कि जो हमारे मीडिया है या जो भी हमारे और इदारे हैं, हमने उनको भी कमज़ोर किया। मसलन मैं अभी आप देखिए एक्सटर्नल पब्लिसिटी विंग है जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन के नीचे उसकी ज़िम्मेदारी है कि वो बाहर काम करे। उनका बजट जो है चंद करोड़ रुपए है, उसके मुकाबले में जो हिंदुस्तान के एक्सटर्नल पब्लिसिटी का बजट है, जिसमें अभी मैं इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री शामिल नहीं कर रहा, उसका बजट तकरीबन 20 अरब रुपए है। सो यू कैन इमेजिन द काइंड ऑफ वॉर दैट वी आर इन। और इसलिए जब हम ये बात करते हैं कि देखें वो अमेरिका में जो मीडिया को हमारी बात तो समझ नहीं आ रही, या हम एक्चुअली सिर्फ पाकिस्तान के अंदर एक दूसरे को तो कहानी सुना रहे हैं, लेकिन ये हमारी अपनी कहानी भी कंफ्यूज है, हम बाहर भी उस तरह से कहानी अपनी सुनाने को उस तरह से तैयार नहीं है। उसके बाद जो इंटरनेशनल आउटलेट्स हैं, जब अभी ये 2000 के बाद जब बहुत सारी आउटलेट्स आई, आप देखिए कि जब यहाँ पे तालिबान की हुकूमत ख़त्म हुई और वहाँ पर जो एक ये हामिद करज़ई साहब की हुकूमत आई और अफ़गानिस्तान के अंदर टेलीविज़न्स खुलना शुरू हुए और अखबारें आना शुरू हुई। सो कैन यू बिलीव कि पाकिस्तान ने एक भी टेलीविज़न को वहाँ पे स्पॉन्सर नहीं किया और उसके मुकाबले में तमाम टेलीविज़न और थिंक टैंक्स जो थे वो इंडियन एड के ऊपर चल रहे थे। और पाकिस्तान में हमने ज़रूरत ही महसूस नहीं की कि आखिर वहाँ पे जब इतना बड़ा मीडिया खुलेगा तो उसको ज़रूरत होगी, उसको ब्रेन्स चाहिए होंगे, उसको लोग चाहिए होंगे। सो हमने जो सॉफ्ट पावर जो हमें बनानी चाहिए थी, हमने नहीं बनाई, और वन साइडेड स्टोरीज़ जो हैं वो अफ़गानिस्तान के ऊपर आई और उसका भी हमें बहुत नुकसान हुआ। सो जब मैं बात करता हूँ कि अब और फिर आप देखिए कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर भी क्या हो रहा है। बार बार पाकिस्तान में बात होती है मीडिया फ्रीडम नहीं है। 143 पाकिस्तान के चैनल्स हैं, 50 के करीब हमारे पास फॉरेन चैनल्स हैं, और यूट्यूब्स वगैरह के ऊपर जो चैनल्स हैं वो तो अब हज़ारों में होंगे। इतने बड़े मीडिया के होते हुए भी एक ख़ास प्रोपेगेंडा ये चलता है पाकिस्तान में बात करने की आज़ादी नहीं है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? इसी तरह से आप देखिए मीनार पाकिस्तान का वाक़या हुआ। एक टिकटॉकर जो है वो मीनार पाकिस्तान गई, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे उसके साथ जो है ज़्यादती हुई और नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, बट सिर्फ एक इंडियन वेबसाइट के चैनल ने उस वाक़े के ऊपर एक दिन में 600 वीडियोस बनाई। नूर मकदम केस, जिसका बज़ाहिर हिंदुस्तान से कोई ताल्लुक़ नहीं है, ऐसा क्रिमिनल केस इस्लामाबाद के अंदर एक वाक़या हुआ, क्रिमिनल केस है, बड़ा कंडेमेबल है, लेकिन सिर्फ एक इंडियन चैनल ने, जो वेब चैनल है, उसने सिर्फ एक दिन के अंदर उसके ऊपर शॉर्ट क्लिप्स जो हैं वो 155 शॉर्ट क्लिप्स क्रिएट किए। वो क्यों किए? क्योंकि वो दिखाना चाह रहे थे कि पाकिस्तान में औरतें कितनी गैर महफूज हैं, पाकिस्तान में मीडिया कितना जो है वो अंडर प्रेशर है, और ये एक बाकायदा मुनज़्ज़म प्रोपेगेंडे के तौर के ऊपर इसको एक नैरेटिव बयानिए के तौर के ऊपर बयान किया जाता है। इसको फिर आप जिनेवा ले जाते हैं, जिनेवा से आपको ख़त आता है आपकी ह्यूमन राइट्स मिनिस्ट्री को और बाकियों को कि ये वाक़यात रिपोर्ट हुए हैं जी, आप इसके ऊपर जवाब दें। हमारा कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट बैठा होता है, वो कहता है इसको क्या ज़रूरत है जवाब देने की, और फिर आपके ऊपर फैटफ आ जाता है, फिर आपके ऊपर GPS प्लस आ जाता है। ये मॉडर्न वॉरफेयर, जब आप अपनी इकॉनमीज़ को इस तरह से जो हर्ट होती हैं आपकी इकॉनमीज़, वो इस तरह से आपकी हर्ट होती हैं। सो कोई भी मुल्क अब आपको जाके ज़रूरी नहीं है कि जाके बमबारी करेगा, ये भी ज़रूरी नहीं है कि कोई अपनी फ़ौजें भेजेगा। अब आपको इकनॉमिकली स्क्वीज़ किया जाता है, आपको स्ट्रेटजिकली स्क्वीज़ किया जाता है, और उसके लिए पैराडाइम खड़े किए जाते हैं, एक नैरेटिव खड़े किए जाते हैं। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारी जितनी तैयारी हो, 2018 में जब मैं पहली बार इंफॉर्मेशन मिनिस्टर बना, तो आई रियलाइज, उससे पहले मैं सेक्रेटरी इंफॉर्मेशन था PTI का, तो आई रियलाइज कि मेरी जो PTI की जो हमारी टीम थी डिजिटल मीडिया की, दैट वाज अबाउट 100 times मोर अग्रेसिव, मोर आई वुड से वाइब्रेंट देन गवर्नमेंट। गवर्नमेंट की टीम ही नहीं थी, डिजिटल मीडिया एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता था गवर्नमेंट का। हमने आके एक पूरा डिजिटल मीडिया विंग जो है वो उसका क्रिएट किया, फिर हमने अभी PTV को जो है वो HD किया। लेकिन एक्चुअली फ्रैंकली ये छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं, हमें वी नीड फार बिगर आई वुड से जो स्टेप्स, फार बिगर बजट्स, और मोर देन दैट मे बी बजट से ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट ये है फार मोर थिंकिंग कि इसको हमने अपनी कहानी को हम बनाएं कैसे, इस कहानी को हम पेश कैसे करें, और इस कहानी की बुनियाद के ऊपर हम अगले स्टेप्स क्या लें। सो आई होप कि IPRI जो है वो इस सिलसिले में कुछ कदम उठा पाएगा। शुक्रिया जी।
I extend my thanks to our chief guest, the Federal Minister of Information Broadcasting, Chaudhry Fawad Hussain, for gracing our conference. Thank you, sir. With that, this brings us to the end of the IPRI Margalla Dialogue 2021. We are so grateful for your active participation, your rich discourse, and your input. And we look forward to seeing you again next year. In the meantime, please be safe and stay tuned with all of IPRI activities on our social media accounts. Thank you so much, everyone.